vast jungle of ships spanning 2,000 years. What made this stretch of water one of the most dangerous in history, and what extraordinary treasures lie buried on the sea floor? Based on the history, I was looking at this. The Chan Islands off Vietnam, part of a region known as the coast that sank 1,000 ships. Not the ships of fierce invaders, but ambitious traders. Clues to centuries of bustling trades are still found on the seafloor. For as long as anyone can remember, local divers have been making intriguing finds. Porcelain ceramics hundreds of years old. According to archaeologists, the object is considered antique. It belongs to around the 14th or 15th century. In local shops, recovered ceramics sell for hundreds of dollars apiece. Where did these treasures come from? Why are they strewn across the harbor? A research team scanning the harbor with the latest sonar technology.
Because of a place like Mediterranean, you've got 40 meters visibility. Here, we can be down to half a meter. So this time, the government has allowed us to bring remote sensing equipment, and we're using scan sonar.
Based on the history, I was looking at this. Just minutes into the search, grainy images of what could be wreck sites appear on the screen.
Guys, come have a look at this. This is really interesting.
The team dives for a closer look. And in the gloom, a field of broken ceramics slowly emerges. They scour a total area of 4 square miles, and what they find is extraordinary.
Hello, baby.
After careful analysis of the survey data, it's now possible to drain the sea from the Chan Islands and remove layers of sand and mud to reveal an astounding sight. A treasure trove of 15th century Chinese ceramics. Cups, bowls, plates, still stacked in neat rows after 600 years. Scattered all around are more wrecks, as many as 30.
We're talking 2,000 odd years at least of wrecks that we might have under the surface here.
Why so many wrecks? And why so many loads of porcelain? The answer lies in the Chan Islands' unique position at the eastern end of the world's greatest trade route, the Maritime Silk Road. Stretching from Asia to the Middle East, through to Constantinople and Europe. For 1,000 years, this oceanic superhighway connects princes and popes, kingdoms and empires.
It thrived because you had silks, you had spices, but you also had porcelain. Chinese porcelains are beautiful, they're magnificent.
It's simply down to the clays the Chinese had. They had very, very white clays. And it was unlike anything anybody had seen before.
The drained harbor of the Chan Islands reveals yet more spectacular sights. A united nations of shipwrecks. A Spanish galley, a Chinese junk, an Arabian dhow. But why are so many ships wrecked in such a small area?
I like to call this the parking lot theory, because most car accidents happen when you're trying to get in and out of a parking lot, and the same thing holds true for harbors. You have a cluster of ships trying to get in, get out, and if the wind changes, you're blown right up onto the rocks of the beach.
Drawn by the lure of porcelain and silk, the crews of these ships all hope to make their fortunes. But instead, they pay the ultimate price on this congested and storm-lashed coast. Today, the China Seas are still a major trade route. But it's not porcelain that's transported across the seas. It's data. What was once the Great Silk Highway is now an information superhighway. And just like the Maritime Silk Road, this data highway is beset with dangers. What are the deep-sea risks to the World Wide Web? Our love of the internet knows no bounds. Demand for data double every 2 years. And the biggest giveaway funds, social media and video. Lots of video.
Currently, 4 million views of YouTube videos per minute. That is enormous amounts of data that's being consumed.
Add to that trillions of dollars in electronic parts that shuttle between corporations and banks. And it amounts to an astonishing 3.4 minutes of data that we read every 60 seconds.
Tens of 15 zeros.
All that data has to be stored somewhere, which we call the cloud. But data doesn't travel up into the sky. It's actually transported deep into the sea. Draining all the oceans reveals the Libyan land. It connects them. Where Data shoots across the ceiling at the speed of light inside vast particles of cables.
Talk about cloud. The reality is, 98% of the internet runs on the fiber optic cable under the ocean.
One of the busiest and most important stretches of the internet is here under the China Seas in the Luzon Strait between Taiwan and the Philippines. And like all undersea cables, this data superhighway is vulnerable to attack from the oceans with fearsome predator biting onto cables to entanglements and breaches. This footage shows how humpback whale becomes wrapped in a loose data cable off the coast of India. The fire department manages to free the whale, but it means cutting the cable, plunging parts of Scandinavia into to reduce the dangers, engineers take a course not over to empty barrels, burying precious cables deep below the sea. This delicate work is performed by a flotilla of specialized engineering ships, which slowly unwind enormous drums of cable that will stretch for thousands of miles across the oceans. But the crucial work happens deep below the waves. Draining the water from above the ocean bed exposes the giant machines that build the World Wide Web.
Feels like a dream,
Cloud
feels
the
like
size of a
magic.
house crawls along the sea.
Can't believe I can
High
have
pressure
you.
molecules help carve a trench 10 feet deep, and the cable is buried inside. In the deepest parts of the ocean, far beyond the reach of anchors or even whales, the engineers lay cables directly on the seabed. Draining the deepest canyon of the Luzon Strait reveals the main data artery that connects Asia and the West. 19 cables that shuttle trillions of gigabytes of data between businesses, governments, universities, and stock markets. All of them lying exposed and vulnerable. Graham Evans is the managing director of a company that plans where the cables are threaded across the globe's oceans.
It's not just a flat, featureless seabed. Some of it is extremely rugged, and we're having to maneuver around some of these features.
His job is to find the shortest route from point A to point B. But avoiding underwater obstacles means that cables converge to what's known as a choke point. Like the Luzon Strait and its 19 cables linking east and west.
Why is it a choke point? There are no alternative routes when you're trying to go from Asia to the United States or Asia to Japan.
On December 26, 2006, the choke point becomes choke.
It was certainly a date that the industry won't forget.
At 8:26 p.m., a deep rumble shakes the seabed of the China Seas. An earthquake with a magnitude of 7.1. Two people are killed and dozens injured. But that's not the end of the devastation. The deep canyon of the Luzon Strait is a second stage to a massive underwater landslide.
In this particular case, it was a effectively storm. This ship sometimes made this canyon and didn't manage to trigger it.
Directly in its path, the data cables on the canyon floor.
So if you're on the floor of the canyon, what you'd see is this glowing mass of black lava. It cables down. Every single cable went between Southeast Asia and the United States.
The internet shuts down. And within minutes, millions feel the pain in their wallets.
No submarine cables, no cash.
ATMs stop working. Stock trading halts. Billions of dollars of transactions freeze. Corporations and banks are paralyzed on both sides of the Pacific.
In this particular case, there was never so many simultaneous cable breaks that had such a devastating impact on the world's ability to use the internet.
After some frantic work, data is rerouted via other networks, eventually stemming the chaos. But it takes 3 months to fully repair all the broken lines. This cable crew and others like them will be busy for decades to come as the demand for data continues to surge, driven by the booming economies of Asia. To compete or collaborate, trade or invade, these twin human instincts continue to define the China Seas. Draining the waters here reveals a turbulent past, exposes the truth behind the mysterious legend, celebrates the wonder of the World Wide Web, and whatever's to come in the next digital revolution. Chicago. Shamelessly ambitious, totally uncompromising. A giant machine for satisfying appetites and making money.
Growth is God in Chicago. This thing ain't ever gonna stop.
Exploding out of nowhere in the mid-19th century. Chicago owes its success to its location, right on the shore of Lake Michigan, America's original superhighway.
No one thinks of Chicago as American city. If you don't have the lake, you don't have Chicago.
Hidden in this vast body of water, the secret history of a remarkable city. Tragic wrecks and mysterious structures. What can draining Lake Michigan tell us about the extraordinary risks, engineering marvels, and superhuman endeavor that create an American icon? 1860, and Chicago is key. It's all thanks to its location in America's sweet spot, where the Great Lakes meet the waterways that stretch across the country and down to the Gulf of Mexico. Lake Michigan is teeming with ships, packed with goods and people, including ever-expanding numbers of commercial crafters who rely upon transport across the lake. What can some tangled wreckage on the lake reveal about boom-time Chicago, where success comes with a side order? A survey team, led by maritime archaeologist Mallory Thomas, is heading out onto the lake to take a look. They're aiming for an area 16 miles north of the city, the last known location of a luxury paddle steamer, the Lady Elgin. Known as Queen of the Lakes, she's popular with Chicago's business traffic, thanks to her reputation as one of the fastest ships on the lake. She sails from Chicago on the evening of September 7, 1860, heading back to Milwaukee.
So many of the excursions had had one day. They look forward to returning home to Milwaukee to business. This was supposed to be just an overnight trip.
But less than halfway into her journey, she sinks, with 400 passengers on board. It's one of the worst maritime disasters in American history. So what happens? Mallory and her team are looking for clues.
I'm hoping to be able to find some material that's like easily identifiable. Parts of the ship, structure maybe, and even some plan.
Fragments of the Lady Elgin were first discovered by diver Harry Dyke in 1989. Today, the expedition is using sonar to scan the entire site.
Can you have a closer look at this? That to me looks like nightmare.
Right now, it's just an anomaly. Matches the parameters of retardants.
This is really exciting.
This should be the wreck, but to make certain, they need to dive. The waters of Lake Michigan are notoriously cold, ideal for the preservation of shipping. But Mallory must wear a dry suit to cope with the freezing conditions. As she descends, she spots a snake-like trail of what looks like a rope or chain. It leads her to a dramatic sight. The remnants of the Lady Elgin.
It's beautiful and very eerie all at the same time.
Just a few feet away, the Lady Elgin's anchor, upright on the lake. And now, by draining away the waters of Lake Michigan, we can see it in perfect detail. 1.3 quadrillion gallons of liquid, icy cold and crystal clear, drains away. queen of the lake emerges into the day. Her anchor chain is firmly snagged around the boulder. Lying on the sand is a remarkably well-preserved wooden structure. A careful examination reveals that this is the bow section only. So, where is the refuge? The team sets out to find more.
It's an ongoing search. I was lucky where all of the materials are mission ready.
Scanning expert Reagan Letitia widens the search, exploring ever further on the main website. Nearly a mile away, he detects something new.
I can see a lot of debris that appears to be man-made. We're seeing kind of jigsaw puzzle pieces.
The drained lake is strewn with numerous wooden and metal fragments from all parts of the ship. And poignant glimpses into daily life. A handle used to load cargo, a wash basin, and one of the distinctive chandeliers from the Lady Elgin city.
When I see these different pieces, it looks like the ship was falling apart as it was moving through the water.
Analysis of the wreck reveals that the Lady Elgin suffers massive damage. But her bow section sits nearly a mile away, having come to a stop when the anchor chain became snagged. What's still missing is any clue to what causes the real damage. As they follow the debris trail, a new and unexpected discovery.
Alright, so we have something here.
Okay.
Now, we definitely have a man-made structure here.
Yeah.
Let's zoom in on it. You see, it looks like it's cylindrical.
Yes, it does.
What they find stands out clearly on the drained lake. The Lady Elgin's distinctive 25-foot boilers. Important, they're intact, with only minor damage. So, although many steamships of this era are destroyed by boiler explosions, Lady Elgin clearly wasn't one. Still hunting for an answer, the team turned to the historical archives. Historian Valerie Van Heath studies newspapers from September 1860 and discovers some important information.
We know from survivor accounts that the seas were building all during that journey. The weather here in the Great Lakes can change on a dime. This is a dangerous body of water.
And eyewitness statements reveal that bad weather is not the only problem. At 2:20 in the morning, the captain of the Lady Elgin spies the light of another vessel heading straight to it.
Both ships were on a collision course for each other.
Combining data from scanning Lake Michigan with historical research, the archaeological team can now piece together the final journey of the Lady Elgin. It's 11 p.m. on the 7th of September, 1860, and the notoriously unpredictable Lake Michigan weather is going from bad to worse. The Lady Elgin's experienced captain, Jack Wilson, considers delaying his departure. But according to newspaper reports, he's under pressure from his passengers. They have business to attend to, and meetings the next day.
They encouraged Captain Wilson to speed on ahead. And against his better judgment, he headed out into the open waters of the lake and into a wild storm of unbelievable proportions.
16 miles out on the lake, with visibility getting worse by the minute, the crew suddenly spies another ship sailing toward them. A lumber-carrying schooner called the Augusta. Eyewitness reports show that the two captains tried to take evasive action, but it's too late. Augusta's deep boom punctured the Lady Elgin's hull like a bayonet.
There were screams. People realized that the Lady Elgin was go down. And back then, there was no swim. Drowning was an imminent peril for so many people.
The two ships are tossed apart, but the Lady Elgin has been ripped open. People and their belongings spill into the lake as she fills with water. Then, the ship's boilers crash through the bottom of the hull. She's fatally wounded, breaking apart. But the bow section remains afloat, blowing south for a quarter of a mile before her trailing anchor chain catches on the board. It's here that the Queen of the Lakes finally sinks.
The real tragedy here So many people survived the night. They reached near shore only to encounter the pounding surf where they lost their lives.
300 lives are lost. It's one of the worst ever tragedies on the Great Lakes. In the aftermath, fingers are pointed at the captains of both ships. But blame is shared with the businessmen and women who urged the captain to sail into the building storm.
Time was money, and they took risks that they shouldn't have taken.
In Chicago, nothing is allowed to get in the way of progress and of making money. What can a strange underwater structure in the lake tell us about an ingenious plan to overcome a deadly threat to the city's success? Author Ben Sells is investigating an unusual building 3.5 miles out from the Chicago shore.
When you look at it, it's hard to know. It's almost looks like somebody lives in it, but you never see anybody there. There's a lighthouse, a warrant, and now there are the birds. It's just this mysterious enigma all along out here in the lake, and it's so beautiful. It makes you wonder what it could possibly be.
It's clearly much more than a lighthouse, and it doesn't have the battlements associated with a military force. What is this strange cathedral-like structure? And can peeling back the waters of Lake Michigan reveal the true role of this mysterious building? As the lake waters flywars away, it exposes a massive column reaching 38 feet below the water. A steel frame filled with 24,000 tons of concrete, weighing it securely to the bottom of the lake. Inside, a large pipe that disappears underground. The construction techniques clearly date the building to the 19th century. This is a boom time for Chicago, but a dangerous one too. In the 1850s, thousands of immigrants arrived in the city every month. By 1860, there are more than 100,000 people.
They have more Germans in Chicago, more Jews than Jews, more Irish than Dutch.
And they use the lake on their doorstep with little thought for the customer.
Chicago's not that high. There's no control over the pollution from the factory. One of the biggest pollution is water pollution.
Chicago dumps all its sewage and industrial waste straight into its river. From where it flows directly into Lake Michigan, the city's only supply of drinking water. It's a recipe for disaster. A single cholera outbreak in 1854 kills more than 1 in 50 of the city's population.
You're healthy and dead. It's actually being back to campus. Chicago became, by the 1850s, almost uninhabitable.
To learn more about how the early city fathers solved this problem, Ben Sells turns to historic maps of the lakeshore from the city archive.
What you can see is tunnel after tunnel, almost like arteries coming from the lake to shore. And the question is, what were they feeding? What were they for?
Removing the earth from the drained lake uncovers this series of tunnels. An exploration of the oldest of these structures exposes a brick-lined shaft, almost tall enough to walk. It runs all the way back to the shore, and it doesn't stop there. The tunnel continues straight on into the heart of the city, finally emerging on downtown Chicago's main artery, Michigan Avenue, from where it runs directly to this grand stone building. So, what is it for? Author Ben Sells is investigating an extraordinary tunnel under Lake Michigan. And city records reveal that it's designed by one of Chicago's forgotten heroes, engineering genius Ellis Chesbrough. The blueprints of Chesbrough's system make its purpose crystal clear, pumping clean water into the city. Several engineering wonders are interconnected in Chesbrough's ingenious system. The ornate downtown building is a massive pumping station, sucking water in through the 2-mile-long tunnel. And the circular port out on the lake turns out to be a crib, a giant reinforced structure, housing and protecting a huge intake. Chesbrough's plan is to bring in fresh, clean water from the middle of the lake, far away from Chicago's lakeshore pollution. Nothing like this has ever This awe-inspiring structure has a capacity to pump 10 million gallons of fresh water a day into the city.
Without those test road vision, without its courage, it's hard to imagine that we would see the growth and that we would have Chicago today.
Chesbrough solves the city's clean water crisis, but that's only half of its achievement. Chicago is drowning in dirt and disease, and desperately needs a new sewer system. But there's a problem. The city is only 2 feet above water. There's not a steep enough grade to drain the waste away. Chesbrough's radical solution is to create the grade by building the sewers above ground. Then, to make it work, Chesbrough comes up with a mind-blowing plan to raise an entire city, every street and every building.
I'm talking about fire hydrants, streetlights, hotel, houses, the works. They just dig under this hotel and they put these platforms underneath it, and you get these jacks and these 600 guys, and then each person turns the screw a little like beep, 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 and go beyond.
A massive section of city block, measuring 320 feet long and weighing 35,000 tons, is raised in 1 year. It takes 600 men and 6,000 jacksons to get the job done. Raising the city out of the mud, installing a modern sewer system, and providing clean water turns Chicago into a modern metropolis and a wonder of the age. By the dawn of the 20th century, it's become the 5th largest city in the world, home to 2 million people. But in a city growing so fast, not everyone can keep up. What does this rep of an aging sailboat reveal about the struggle to keep pace with change in the early 20th century? Maritime archaeologist Tamara Thomas is setting out to investigate the wreck of the Rouse Cities. She's a schooner that spends 44 years transporting grain and timber up and down the lake. But in November 1912, she goes down, along with her entire crew. The wreck location is already known to local divers, so Tamara and her team head straight there. Diving to a depth of 170 feet, they come face to face with an awe-inspiring sight.
When I drop down on it, it's beautiful. It's absolutely intact. So it looks almost like something Walt Disney would put there in a shipwreck film.
Invasive species of mussels coat the ship's tubes. Billions of these filter-feeding creatures are responsible for the extraordinary clarity of the lake water, even at these great depths. But by covering every available surface of the wreck, the mussels also mask many of the ship's details. Using the latest sonar analysis, it's now possible to drain the lake, clear away the mussel shells, and reveal the secrets of the Rouse Cities. As the waters recede, the ship's hull emerges, almost completely intact. But strewn along the base of the ship is something odd. Hundreds and hundreds of sticks. Close analysis shows them to be the remnants of small fur trees. The nature of the remains discovered on the ship, combined with the significance of the late November day, can mean only one thing. The Rouse Cities must be carried Christmas tree. Researching in the archives, Tamara makes a discovery. Every November, when similar ships are safely moored up for the winter, the Rouse Cities is still on the lake. Her captain, Herman Schumann, makes his last journey of the year, bringing fur trees from the far north of Lake Michigan down to the city. Just in time for Christmas.
The Rouse Cities would come in sometimes caked in ice, literally like floating ice there. But at the top of the top mast would be tied a Christmas tree. And that was a symbol to people in the city that she'd be open for business and the holidays would begin.
Schumann even earns himself the nickname Captain Santa, thanks to his generosity in giving free trees to poor families. But in November 1912, all is not. As Tamara digs further into the wreck, she unearths a very significant document.
One of the important discoveries that we found was the bankruptcy proceedings for Schumann. So it was very important for him in 1912 to be public.
Could this explain the fate of the strange wreck of the Ralph Simmons revealed that many of her deck planks were dislodged or missing. The ship's remaining deck beams have V-shaped channels routed across their length. It's a vital clue. Studying images from the dive, camera realizes that the strange grooves must be salt channels, a 19th century technique intended to protect the ship's timbers.
So by laying these salt channels down, they thought that this would preserve the wood and extend the longevity of the ship. But in fact, what it did was break down the iron fasteners that they were using to attach the decking.
Over time, the salt completely corrodes the metal fasteners, allowing deck planks to work loose. Which could be why many of them are missing from the ship, and may well have been lost before she set sail on her final voyage. The nearly bankrupt Captain Schumann appears to be cutting corners on maintenance. But while the missing planks would certainly weaken the ship, are they enough on their own to cause her to sink? Exploring the foredeck area, the team makes another discovery. A coil of heavy anchor chain lying at the front of the boat. And underneath the ship's bow, a large impact mark in the sand. It's critical evidence. This vessel hits the lake bed nose first. Now, by combining all of this detail, Tamara can piece together what happens on the Ralph Simmons' final ill-fated voyage. She set sail from Thompson, Michigan. Her hold and deck crammed with 10,000 trees, more than she's ever carried before. Eyewitnesses comment on the excessive load, saying she looks like a floating forest. The following afternoon, 120 miles further to the south, the weather takes a turn for the worse, and the overladen ship gets into distress. As the storm grows in strength, a huge wave smashes down on her forehead. The missing deck planks mean she's soon swamped, and the heavy anchor and chain only make things worse. Their weight forces her prow underwater, and the rest of the ship follows. It's the likeliest explanation for the ship's tragic descent to the bottom of the net.
We know from reports at the life-saving station that they saw the vessel going south on the lake just before 3 o'clock, and she had been flying an American flag upside down from Bermudas, which was a sign of distress.
The lifeboat races to help, but too late.
They saw no sign of the Ralph Simmons, and they saw no sign of wreckage on the surface.
It's only when Christmas trees start washing ashore along the way that the crew's families begin to fear the worst. Captain Schumann's debt-driven gambler, sailing dangerously late in the season in his overloaded and badly maintained ship, ends in tragedy. There are no survivors. And this is no isolated incident. The storms that blow up out of nowhere on the Great Lakes take over 200 ships and over 1,300 lives in the decade following the Christmas tree disaster. Schumann is clearly not the only Chicago running risks to turn a profit.
Chicago's all about risk. Failure doesn't bother people. They risk things, they fail, they come back and smack at it again.
Never is this combination of enterprise and risk-taking more evident than in time of war. December 1941, and the USA is dramatically drawn into World War II. For Chicago, America's industrial powerhouse, this presents a huge opportunity.
Wars have always been good for Chicago. Chicago made everything from toothbrushes to harvesting, and almost everything that was needed by the army is made in Chicago.
But this is not the city's only wartime contribution. What can draining a mysterious wreck in the lake reveal about how Chicago helps America prepare for a totally new kind of war? Maritime archaeologists from the U.S. Navy, working alongside the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, are surveying an area of Lake Michigan. They're in search of Chicago's wartime secrets. The team uses the latest scanning technology to scour the lake bed. After several days of painstaking work, they pinpoint an object of interest and send a dive team down for a closer look.
Well, we've got two divers now looking at a possible wreck. We don't know for sure what it is, but it's definitely man-made. Really exciting.
Around 100 feet down, the divers discover not a boat, an aircraft. The plane has at least 2 seats. The fuselage has completely disappeared, but the wings are still perfectly intact. It's an intriguing discovery, but it's far from clear what type of plane this is, or what it's doing. Peeling back the walls and draining Lake Michigan offer a better view. The full outline of a square-winged aircraft becomes visible on the lake. Using CGI to remove silk below the wings uncovers a surprise. The undercarriage has been engaged. This plane appears to be trying to land in the middle of the lake. Why would it do this? Divers have discovered the wreck of an aircraft which appears to have been trying to land in the middle of Lake Michigan. Extraordinary U.S. Navy footage from World War II may shed light on this mystery. It shows military aircraft training to land on aircraft carriers on the waters of Lake Michigan. But why train here, so far from the ocean? In the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, the U.S. realizes that war in the Pacific can only be won from the air. Aircraft carriers will be decisive. There's an urgent need for specially trained pilots.
Now, you can train them in airfields around the country, but what you're not able to train them in is something essential, particularly for the Pacific War, and that's flying off of and landing on an aircraft.
Safe from enemy attack, and with its massive lake, Chicago is the perfect place to practice carrier landings. But in 1942, America has only 7 carriers in commission, and all are needed in cover. So, what's the answer? Historical research into the U.S. Navy archives reveals an ingenious solution devised by Chicago engineers.
So what is decided is to take 2 steamers in the Great Lakes, cut them down, put flight decks on them, and turn them into aircraft carriers far away from the theater of war.
The Navy gives the shipyards 120 days to deliver. And in true Chicago spirit, the first ship is ready in just 59. These steamer carriers relaunched as the USS Wolverine and the USS Safety. So what are the aircraft that train on these carriers? And why has this one crashed into the lake? Careful analysis of the design details of the wreck enabled the team to close in on an identification. The plane's cockpit is positioned distinctly close to the front of the aircraft. The final clue is the telltale aerodynamic design of the turbine. There's no doubt, this is a Grumman Avenger.
This big aircraft is a U.S. Navy TBM Avenger 2. These carrier-based aircraft were used in large numbers in the Pacific War. These craft in particular were designed to drop out of the sky, launch a torpedo, and send it into the side of the English.
With its long range and large bomb payload, the Avenger plays a vital role in the destruction of the Japanese Navy. But landing an Avenger is no mean feat. Pilots say it's like flying a truck.
Not every pilot can take off and land on a tiny little piece of a ship out in the middle of the ocean. So it's a lot of coordination, a lot of calculation in your head to make that landing on a postage stamp. A typical day would maybe have 100 pilots training in Wisconsin. As soon as that sun came out, pilots were landing and taking off.
For the rookie pilot, there are many challenges, judging the strength of a headwind and the speed of the carrier. Vital for a successful landing is the pilot's ability to deploy the tail rope, catching the cable on the carrier deck to bring the plane to a halt.
Catching that wire is critical, because if you miss the wire, your aircraft is not going to stop. And that's like going from 80 miles an hour to a complete stop.
Not every attempt at landing is successful. The wartime evidence and data from the grain wreck proves this must be one of the casualties of the World War II training program. Further scanning of the lake by the Naval Search Team revealed that the trained Avenger is not alone.
And here, pretty well observed. Yeah, very much exact.
Second World War records show that between 1942 and 1945, 8 trainee pilots are lost on Lake Michigan. And more than 120 aircraft disappeared beneath the water. Fighter planes, dive bombers, and 36 Avengers. The identity and fate of the wrecked aircraft are now clear, but the identity of the pilot who crashed into it remains unknown. It's a powerful reminder of a vital episode in the story of America's war in the Pacific, and testimony to the courage and innovation of the men who served and trained on Chicago's land. Today, Lake Michigan is busier than ever. Now it's mostly pleasures, fought with the riches that Chicago history needed. Rail, road, and air transport have largely replaced the waterborne freight of the city's golden age. But the story of that great era still lies safely preserved in the ice-cold waters of the dynamic, in your face, and always moving forward.
No city looks forward to the future than New York City.
The Big Apple grew out of water. The secret story of its success lies hidden under its two rivers and its mighty harbor.
This is one of the most notorious stretches of water on the New York water.
Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now we can, using accurate data and astonishing technology, to bring light once again to a lost world. How does the horror of 9/11 lead to an extraordinary discovery from the birth of America?
The most grisly and funniest event of the entire Revolutionary War.
What does this offshore wreck reveal about the city's explosive growth?
People talked about cars with ads.
And what sank this huge U.S. warship just miles from New York? The largest city in America, 300 square miles, 8.5 million people. Tenacious, powerful, confident. All of it built from scratch in just 400 years. And the secret to its success, its rivers and harbors. In the waters around New York, archaeologists have located thousands of wrecks. Time capsules that can reveal the city's incredible story in a new light. One in particular. What is this strange wreck? And why is it here?
Nimm dein Spiel aufs nächste Level mit Hellspin. Melde dich jetzt an und hol dir bis zu 2.400 € und 150 Freispiele. Die Hitze ist real. Die Belohnungen sind gigantisch. Hellspin,
As
sing
New
uns im
Yorkers
Netz.
recover from the shock of 9/11, the ruins of the Twin Towers reveal a secret from the very start of their city's story.
Little did we know that this terrible tragedy would be a huge discovery. The secret of the lies.
By 2010, 1.8 million tons of debris have been removed. The construction of a high-security parking lot is underway.
Frauen an Autonomie und
They
die
decided to make
entscheiden
their entrance
selber.
underground, so they dug down deeper than they had before.
22 feet
Also ich
beneath the
würde
target,
darauf achten, dass das Kind nicht überfordert wird.
in the shadows of the Twin
Das
Towers,
Kind kann sich vielleicht noch nicht entscheiden, dass es anleitet, wenn es vor einem vollen Kleiderschrank steht.
And the construction site at Ground Zero, a rare find. What we can see is believed to be
Weil
half
das
of the
Kind
ship.
darf vielleicht wählen, wenn und wo die Hausaufgaben gemacht werden.
construction halts, and a team of archaeologists rushes to Ground Zero. The principal investigator, Warren Reese,
It was right there, right where the security area is for parking at the World Trade Center.
when Warren arrives, only part of the ship is exposed. Its secrets still hidden under the mud.
The history of this particular vessel might fill in tremendous gaps in our knowledge about the history of New York City itself.
To find out more, Warren's team scans the excavated site with high-accuracy laser technology. Combining the high-resolution 3D data with cutting-edge computer imaging, we can turn back time and drain Ground Zero. To reveal an astonishing subterranean secret. Layers of earth crumble away. 22 feet underground, in the heart of Manhattan. The flattened wreck of a wooden ship. It's 30 feet long, and its wooden structure is roughly hewn.
We've never seen a vessel just like this. It was not only rare, it's one of a kind.
What is this ship? And what's it doing beneath the heart of Manhattan, more than 500 yards from the shoreline? To find out, Reese and his team need to learn its age. Taking a closer look inside the wood, they find well-preserved tree rings. They reveal that the timber was felled in 1773 or sooner.
You're not going to time capsule, a secret time capsule.
In America, the 1770s mean only one thing: revolution.
Well, Canada's a vessel that's been hiding underneath New York City. That's from the Revolutionary period.
Back then, New York is home to just 25,000 people, but the quality of its heart has already made it one of America's most successful ports. Its strategic importance puts New York firmly in the crosshairs of Britain's King George. When the American Revolution begins in 1770, just a year later, a huge British invasion force drives George Washington's army out of the city. Could this ship have been part of the battle? Going back to the drained wreckage, clues emerge. Beneath the deck, 327 pieces of artillery, including a cannonball and 56 musket balls. Soldiers from one side or another have clearly been on board this ship. Then, in the center of the wreck, Warren Reese's team discovers the smallest of clues.
This button was found in the midships area, between some frames and some planks. And because of that, we know it was on the ship before it was buried.
The pewter button is stamped with the number 52. It's fallen from the uniform of a soldier from the 52nd Regiment of the British Army.
The Grenadiers, which means very aggressive soldiers. Pretty exciting to find this because this ties the ship to a British soldier in New York during the Revolution. Common soldier was also a button.
If this ship was used by some of the most fearsome troops in the British Army, what were they using it for? Combining the scanning data with new research by Texas A&M University, we can resurrect the ship. As her original form rises from the dirt, her full size becomes clear, and her striking features. 50 feet long, her beam 18 feet, with the hull of a river craft, just 4 feet deep and a small keel. This is not an ocean-going vessel. It's specifically designed for use in sheltered coastal waters.
It was able to get into shallow water, into little coves, alongside ships.
A ship that's perfect for operating within New York Harbor and crewed by British Grenadiers, evidence that she could be part of a little-known but brutal story. During the war, British forces ferried many thousands of Americans to a horrifying destination, just 2 miles away off the shores of Brooklyn.
During the American Revolution, this was known as Wallowa Bay, and it was the most lethal place during the whole revolution for the Americans.
New York City still has its secrets, its dark past, including the most grisly and bloodiest event of the entire Revolutionary War.
As the British try to quell the uprising, they captured thousands of prisoners and ferried them out onto the waters of Wallowa Bay to a place known as Hell Afloat. A flotilla of festering British ships, overcrowded, freezing cold, poorly supplied, and run by brutal guards.
The diseases that swept through just terrorized the men on board.
Most notorious of all, the HMS Jersey.
She would serve as potentially the worst prison ship, floating dungeon in human history.
Warren Reese believes that the World Trade Center ship may play a role in this dark chapter of New York's history.
They needed boats to go back and forth and to bring prisoners out, and this would have been a perfect vessel for that. They would have just stuffed them in there, even if they had to pack them in sitting down. You might carry 100 people on board.
The casualty figures are staggering, far worse than 9/11. Historians estimate that 11,000 men die on HMS Jersey alone.
Twice as many men died aboard the Jersey as were lost in combat during the entirety of the Revolutionary War. It's unimaginable.
A very dark chapter of American history.
One last mystery remains about the British ferry. Why was it found under the heart of Manhattan? America finally wins independence, and New York changes fast.
In years after the American Revolution, New York very much is a phoenix rising from the ashes, politically and economically.
At its heart, a thriving government. It looks very different from the city of today.
We're in the middle of a modern city here, in the lower districts of Manhattan. And about halfway down that block was the original shoreline.
Eager to improve their harbor, New Yorkers build new wharves, extending the island of Manhattan out into the bay. Abandoned in the docks, half sunk in the mud, the old British ferry is simply built around and over. Centuries later, the World Trade Center rises on top of the old dock, and the ship that had witnessed America's bloody birth. Commerce drives the city's expansion, and for commerce, location is everything. Facing the roaring Atlantic at the mouth of the Hudson River, New York's huge natural harbor is the perfect place for an international port. Miles of shoreline in a protected bay, from which an independent America can trade with the world. In the 1800s, more passengers and cargo flowed through New York than all other U.S. ports combined.
There were so many sailing vessels coming and going and docking here. The observers would describe it as a forest of masts.
But the city's ambition soon outgrows the fabulous harbor provided by nature. Just yards from bustling uptown Manhattan, evidence of an earth-shattering event that reshaped this city. Just how far would New Yorkers go to make their port the greatest on earth? New York Harbor's main entrance is the Verrazano Narrows. But there's a second gateway to the Atlantic, Long Island Sound, crucial to sustaining the frenzied flow of commerce. But it's obstructed by a perilous stretch of the East River, Hell Gate. In the 1850s, 1 in 50 ships are devoured here, a terrifying statistic. James Delgado, maritime archaeologist from Search Incorporated, wants to learn more about the dangers of Hell Gate.
This early map is particularly remarkable because it shows us Hellgate, with the positions of a number of rocks marked.
Islands and hidden reefs choke the shipping lane, churning the water into a mist.
This is a challenging and not dangerous area to navigate. Regardless to be run.
Among the many perils of Hellgate, one monster looms large and dense: flood rock. 9 acres of stone lurking just beneath the surface, right at the heart of Hellgate. Today, the channel is still dangerous.
The major obstacle was basically right in the middle of the road, right off the pier.
But there's no sign of flood rock above the water. Does the ship-devouring monster lie beneath the surface? James takes to the water.
This is one of the most notorious stretches of water on the New York water. What you would have been faced with is all this fast-moving water, and it's not just moving in one direction, it's going back and forth, it's swirling around rocks. You sail through, you lose the wind, and suddenly that movement of water drags you right into the teeth.
In search of flood rock, the team from NOAA scans Hellgate with multi-beam sonar, firing sound waves into the murky depths. The return signal records the shape of the features beneath.
This is a real-time image of the bottom. You can see all the rubble. Wow.
Using the 3D multi-beam data and the latest computer visualization technology, it's now possible to pull the plug on the entire harbor to reveal a jaw-dropping sight. Icons of the city as never seen before. As the water recedes from the East River, the remains of flood rock should come into view. But there's not a trace of the beast that is shown in the old charts. 9 acres of rock have vanished. How? Buried in the archives, an incredible story of New York's self-confidence and ambition.
This 1848 chart by the U.S. Coast Survey is actually a working document that was never published. This is for an engineer to figure out how best to start dealing with this. How do we pull these teeth to make this a smoother ride through?
Backed by wealthy New York merchants, the city fathers made a decision. The future of the city is at stake. Flood rock has got to go.
It is the beginning of an age in which nothing was deemed impossible, if enough. Ingenuity, engineering, and precious money put behind it, as human beings work to reshape the planet to their purposes.
James discovers how the city's engineers planned to do it. by attacking the problem from beneath. First, they sink a 70-foot shaft into the heart of the island. Over 9 long years, miners dig 4 miles of tunnels and drill 15,000 boreholes. And in them, they place a staggering 150 tons of explosives.
The Hellgate work is an epic moment in the history of civil engineering. This is a moment in which technology will triumph over nature.
On October the 10th, 1885, 50,000 people flocked to New York's East River.
Everybody's waiting for the big show.
Flood Rock is primed with explosives, and the detonator is pushed. 7 million cubic feet of pulverized rock flies up into the skies over New York City.
The greatest explosion not only that New York has seen, but that the world has seen up to that time.
And when the spray clears, Flood Rock is history, leaving the river looking like a ground.
If you really want to think about how New Yorkers have reconfigured and reshaped their entire environment, both on land and in water, I think the word chutzpah is perfect for that.
With its second entrance now secure, New York's shipping business increases at an ever faster rate. Cargo ships move sugar, spices, cotton, machinery, and construction materials, all to feed America's booming economy.
New York expands dramatically in the 19th century. It's becoming the industrial and commercial heart of the United States.
By the 1880s, the city's population is more than 1 million, and it's once getting crowded, dangerously so. In the wild Atlantic, just a few miles beyond New York Harbor, what can one strange offshore wreck tell us of the pace of trade through the waters of New York? And the peril facing those pursuing the American dream. Before daybreak, on March 14, 1886, the SS Oregon is nearing the end of a 3,000-mile voyage from England, transporting her cargo and over 600 passengers through the dark approach to New York Harbor. It's a calm night. Just 60 miles stand between her and her final destination. But at first light, a lookout from Fire Island Signal Station reports her masts drifting off course. Moments later, the Oregon disappears and never arrives in New York. What happens to her and all the people on board out in the darkness?
As flat as this seems, this is a dangerous section of ocean. There are many disasters that happen within the reach of this light's beams. But every once in a while, there comes a big disaster in which a large ship is lost.
For over 130 years, Oregon has lain shrouded by the Atlantic.
The waters off the New York coast are dark, cold, and often murky.
The ocean has concealed her secrets, but now that's changing. Off the southern shore of Fire Island, the Ferdinand R. Haskell goes in search of wreckage.
You are here to turn around and make another pass.
For hundreds of years, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Coast Survey has been charting and recharting these waters.
We're about 12 nautical miles south of Fire Island, and we're about to go right over the top of the river.
Multi-beam scanners in the ship's hull emit sonar pulses.
And we use this technology to very accurately and precisely map features of the ocean floor. Oh wow, there it is. Look at that, that's awesome.
Based upon this detailed three-dimensional data, we can bring the Oregon and her story back into the water. First, a towering structure of angled metal. The water receding further. The Oregon has never seen before. She's taken a beating from the ocean. Her insides are exposed to the elements, allowing us to examine what type of ship she is. Though her masts were seen from shore, they must have been supplementary. Oregon isn't a sail ship. In fact, she represents a revolution in shipping. She is a steamer. Beneath her 4-story high steam engine, the remains of 9 boilers, each 16 feet wide.
This thing is a heaven. With so many fires going, in fact, it's consuming massive amounts of coal.
And towards her stern, a huge screw propeller, 24 feet wide. This is the corpse of an athlete. A ship built with one thing in mind: speed. But why? The answer is part of the DNA of New York City itself. Ignorance.
folks all around the world that came for opportunity and for this dream that New York City was.
More than 70% of immigrants bound for America arrive in New York.
New York is the gateway, as Lincoln said it was the front door.
By the late 1800s, 650,000 immigrants arrived every year, and up to 20,000 boats a year maneuver through the harbor, and everyone is in a hurry.
It's a time of rapid capitalism. Great fortunes are being made. Profit is everything.
The waters are just alive with vessels.
Faster ships mean more trade and bigger profits. Time is money. The quest for profit leads to an extraordinary technological race to build ships that will cross the Atlantic faster and faster.
The early days of ocean steam are cutthroat. You have entrepreneurs who are battling it out on the ocean. By the 1870s and into the 1880s, that's when you begin to see the birth of truly magnificent ocean steamers, greyhounds of the sea, Leviathans.
The British-operated Keon Line built the Oregon in 1881 to boost its New York Express service. And she's cutting edge,
It has the largest steam engine yet put into one of these ships.
consuming over 200 tons of coal a day. Her boilers generate upwards of 12,000 horsepower, driving a huge screw propeller that thrusts Oregon forward at an astonishing 18 knots. In April 1884, she crosses the Atlantic in under 6.5 days, slashing 13 hours off the record.
It's something that nobody had thought could be done.
Oregon claims the prize and earns the nickname Greyhound of the Atlantic. So what took down such a powerful machine? Returning to the drained wreck, there's a clue, disguised by decades of decay. On her port side, a section of the hull is more crumpled than anywhere else. Something must have ripped a hole right here. But what? The degradation means it's impossible to tell from the wreckage alone. An article from the New York Times holds the answer. Oregon is a victim of New York's heaving waterways.
The risk of getting into a collision is actually shockingly high.
Combining this research with the evidence from the drained wreck, we can piece together a final notice. At 4:30 in the morning, Oregon is bound for New York under a full head of steam.
It's a dark night. They're lining up and heading towards the port. They can see the lights along the Long Island shore. The Fire Island light is brilliantly lit.
A light appears on her port side.
There's another ship heading right for her, and it strikes as dramatically on the side. Then the other ship backs off and disappears. The ocean is pouring into the hard port.
Over 8 frantic hours, nearby boats rescue every passenger on board the Oregon. Their dreams of a new life in America still intact. But the mighty Oregon suffered a fatal blow.
This Greyhound of the Atlantic has been moored and sunk just off the entrance to the sea.
While Oregon never makes it to port, thousands more liners do. Ellis Island opens in 1892. 12 million new Americans pour through its halls. Ocean liners flood the harbor, beckoning a golden age. In just a century, New York's population grows from 60,000 to 3.5 million. By 1900, it's the largest city in the Western Hemisphere, drawing the eyes of the world, including those who would try and take her down. 40 miles from New York, off the shores of Long Island, what sank this giant? And how does her sinking reveal New York's vulnerability at the dawn of the 20th century? In the summer of 1917, America is at war. Transatlantic convoys carrying troops and supplies to Europe are key to the Allies' hopes of success. Protected by warships like the USS San Diego. 500 feet long, over 13,000 tons, armor-plated with 40 guns of up to 8 inches, and multiple watertight bulkheads to make her unsinkable. On July 19, 1918, she's approaching New York to pick up a cargo. At 11:05 a.m., just outside the harbor, she is rocked by a huge explosion.
Within 20 minutes, the ship had sunk. San Diego was the only major U.S. Navy warship lost in the Great War. It happened from just a few miles from the coast of New York.
So what happened? A team from the U.S. Navy has reopened the case, led by archaeologist Alexis Katsanis.
The question has lingered for over a century. What saved San Diego?
To find out, Navy divers explore the wreckage of the sunken wall. But it's impossible to see the whole picture through the murky waters. Working with the University of Delaware, Alexis deploys three-dimensional scanning equipment to map San Diego's structure on the seafloor.
This project is the first time we're getting comprehensive remote sensing data.
Combining this new data with the latest computer imaging technology, we can do something impossible before now. Reveal in perfect detail the wreck of a U.S. casualty of the Great War. The San Diego comes into the light for the first time in 100 years. It's the beautiful, sleek shape of a 500-foot arm that appears first. The steel structure is in remarkable condition for her age. Apart from this, towards her stern, a section of the hull that's damaged. This is the blast site, eroded by decades of decay. But it appears to be below the waterline. If something hit the ship, it was beneath the surface. The team studies the historical records. There's no suggestion that engine malfunction or onboard ordnance caused the blast, reinforcing the view that it could have been caused by something more sinister. Advances in technology mean German U-boats can now cross the Atlantic.
This is a new era where submarine warfare is taking over. War might have to be sure.
By the 1900s, New York is the planet's busiest port. An irresistible target for the Imperial German Navy.
If you're an enemy of the United States, what is aboard a symbolic target of New York City?
The team wonders if a torpedo from a U-boat could have caused the explosion. To answer the question, they calculate the original size of the blast hole.
What damage is related to that rating of impact and the original explosion?
They find a report from a Navy diver who visited the wreck in 1980.
71 bottom, both sides, relative force of say.
He estimates the cavity to be just 5 feet wide.
That corresponds to the right below the arm, which makes sense.
Using this data, we can reconstruct the original blast hole. Could it have been caused by a torpedo? The team models the damage that World War I torpedo payloads cause and get a surprise.
It became rather evident that the torpedoes were simply too large of a weapon. They carried too large of a charge and would have resulted in a hole that was far larger than 5%.
They wonder if it was a mine. Incredibly, archives from the German government reveal U-boats were ordered to lay mines outside New York Harbor.
They knew that it was an important area for the United States and allies.
But they discover standard German mines, known as Type 4, also inflict a blast hole larger than 5 feet. Then, a key insight. By 1918, Germany is running short of explosives.
The Germans, by the end of the war, were using diminished charges.
And allowing for the reduced charge in a Type 4 mine, it produces a blast hole close to 5 feet wide. It appears to be unmatched. San Diego was almost certainly hit by a small German mine. But there's another question. The hole is still tiny. How could it sink a 500-foot long ship in just 20 minutes and flip upside down? 40 miles from New York, the drained wreck of the San Diego reveals another piece of the puzzle.
Understanding the weapon is only one part of the picture. You won't understand the whole sequence of events that occurred and how they should sink.
Watertight bulkheads and doors are specifically designed to stop the spread of water and keep this warship upright. But somehow, San Diego turned upside down. She sank through just 100 feet of water. Not enough for her to roll on the descent. She must have capsized at the surface. How did a small hole in a watertight section of this ship leave her lying prone on the sea? Alexis and his colleagues are sure that water must have penetrated further into her hull.
We needed to understand how this happened. How did we get to the point where instead of simply sinking, the ship turned in on itself?
Analysis shows that even with substantial flooding, San Diego wouldn't capsize. Baffled, the team studies San Diego's structure, looking for signs of weakness.
So here we can see a plan of the gun deck of the USS San Diego.
But plans are no match for inspecting a real warship. Contemporary of the San Diego, although a few years older, is the cruiser, USS Olympia, the oldest steel warship still afloat. Examining her internal structure, the team makes a breakthrough.
Then we realized that the packaging of coal power is critical and crucial for her determination of how she gets us.
Coal, stored on deck, has to be delivered to the engine we use below.
So this shoot would have been similar to like the one we applied to where we allow coal to be deposited all the way through the coal cars. And even though you can close it, it's still not working.
This weakness hadn't been clear on the San Diego's plans.
There were additional entry points we were not factoring in.
The watertight bulkheads prevent seawater from flooding the entire hull. But these chutes and a network of vents gave it another route.
And so water coming in through the gun deck would permeate through these chutes into the coal bunkers, and from there on in the engine room and the boiler rooms and throughout the
By examining San Diego's wreckage and piecing together the clues, we're able to tell her complete story for the very first time. The USS San Diego is headed for New York. The horizon is clear, but there's danger lurking beneath the water. A German U-boat has laid a minefield. San Diego rushes against it.
water spewed into the air and started then flooding the engineering and motor spaces.
As she lists, water pours onto the gun deck from the port side, rapidly penetrating the ship via the coal chutes and vents, tipping her burner.
Within a few moments, she capsized and was on her way to the bottom.
All but 6 of her 1,100 strong crew survived. But San Diego sinks to her watery grave, just miles from the heart of New York City. A heavyweight victim of a calculated attack. Draining New York City reveals stories of conflict, immigration, and ruthless ambition. Today, the spirit and success of this remarkable city still invites enemy attack, to which New York gives a formidable reply. Remnants of a lost city, buried in the sand. Finding anything in that environment, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
This is the front paw of the Sphinx. What's surprising is the size of it.
Giant statues and the ruin of a pharaoh's palace. But this is not the Egyptian desert. It's California. That's where the biggest that they ever been built. When you drain Hollywood, this is Hollywood history. Nothing is what it seems.
This is a phenomenal city. You'll never see anything like this anywhere else.
Something beautiful. But could we save it? This is a story that beggars belief. It's bizarre, it's huge, and once I heard it, I got so excited. There was no question, I really wanted to be involved. I've always loved old Hollywood movies. As a photographer, I've always really loved black and white. It can be so expressive. But I've never thought I'd get drawn into a search for a lost film set. The film was The Ten Commandments by Cecil B. DeMille. The classic silent movie made in 1923. Everything about the film was gigantic. The budget was unheard of now. The set for the master shot of the Exodus, the children of Israel, was huge. Nothing like it had been done before. But then, according to local legend, DeMille blew up the set after he finished filming. No trace of it mysteriously disappeared. Until one night in 1982, 2 film students come across an intriguing clue. Bruce Cardozo and Peter Brosnan were having a drink and talking about the old movies. Bruce had been reading the autobiography of Cecil B. DeMille, and he found a line which really intrigued him. If, 1,000 years from now, archaeologists dig beneath the sands of Puerto Rico, the sphinxes they will find there were buried when we dismantled our huge set of pigs and cows. Peter got really excited. This built in his mind a become an obsession. This lost film set is still there. Fired up by the idea of finding the set, Peter and Bruce set off to the Guadalupe Dunes, which is 160 miles northwest of Hollywood, up on the second coast of California. Their hearts must have dropped because those dunes stretch for 18-20 miles up the coast. Finding any semblance of a film set in that environment, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Refusing to give up, they decide to try again 2 years later. And that's when I got involved. Peter and Bruce invited me to be the official photographer. And in February 1985, we went back up to the site. I was so excited. It was going to be a really exciting ride. Peter located a local rancher, and he told us he used to drive cattle across the dunes from time to time. And the winds are relentless coming in off the ocean. And he told us all of those dunes moved, except the big one. Because the big one is full of stuff. There was something buried in the sand there. But was this the mill set, or was it something else? So we walked up to the crest of the big one. I couldn't believe my eyes. Spread out before us was this field of pottery shards. White and orange plaster, pieces of heavy lumber, coils of rusting steel wire, bottle tops, bits of glassware, and it spread for miles. It just kept going. I was getting goosebumps. The size, the scale, it was huge. This was the biggest set, the biggest film, by the biggest filmmaker. This was Hollywood history. But how much of the set was made? The movies are my life. I live life with the movies and through the movies. I got into movies first when I was in elementary school. After school, I watched the classics of Hollywood cinema. The films, of course, were in black and white in those days. Wonderful dialogue, glamorous stars, fabulous stories. Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments was a real landmark in cinema history. By the mid-1920s, Cecil B. DeMille was the most powerful director at the biggest of all studios, Paramount. DeMille starts as an actor, is interested in writing plays. When he reached Hollywood, he kind of reinvented himself as a film director. He would carry a writing crop and wear writing boots and a beret and would mark out orders. In many ways, the stereotype we now have of your movie director comes from Cecil B. DeMille. We were only looking at tiny parts of the concept. We needed to know how much was left. So Peter managed to get a radar specialist who had been involved in the development of ground-penetrating radar. The results were just phenomenal. 23 anomalies. Things buried in the dune. And on the very last day, we found something really magical. Very close to the surface, where the wind had blown away those down. We found eye, nose, lips, a face, and one of the 20-foot-high statues guarding the sides of the gates of Pharaoh's city. We had found the mill's concept. But this was just the start. Could we save it? And that's when the challenges really began. The dunes are a very protected area. We weren't allowed to dig anything. 2 species of bird that use it as a nesting area. Snowy plover lays its eggs on the ground. Permits. You can't disturb the nesting. No vehicles on the dunes. There is a minefield. It's very difficult. So no mechanical devices are allowed. We got close to giving up several times.
For more than 2 decades, the team wrestled with setbacks. Finally, in 2012, a generous donor funds a group of skilled archaeologists with the expertise to work around the fragile dune. And the excavation of the mill's lost city begins.
I have been working as an historical archaeologist for a lot of years. When it was suggested that I might be able to work on the Lost City project, I said, absolutely, let's go for it. The primary goal was to locate one of the sphinx and to preserve it as a legacy of Hollywood. When we started, we found very small pieces of the
DeMille was very conscious of the idea that he didn't want to leave those sets standing around so filmmakers could dash in there and get quickly films. And supposedly paid to have the sets blown up, and they were lost in the mists of time.
We could only find bits and pieces. The question was, could we find anything of the mill sets still intact?
A team of archaeologists is searching for the remains of a massive 1920s movie set.
There is Cecil B. DeMille set for the film The Ten Commandments. Nearing the end of the first season, we made a series of fascinating discoveries. Various facial elements of Sphinx, an eye, nose, lips, and one foot. But it was badly damaged. Then we found elements of a second Sphinx still intact, primarily the Alphonsus.
One of the exciting things was this makeup thing. The fact that people did use makeup, pigment, really post something like this, and this looks like They're still around now, so someone would use the phone interior. This is used for that film canister. The EAS series, the identifying marker, that let us know it is a film canister from 1923.
In the Ten Commandments, in the great sequence of the Exodus, we have shots that are done in Technicolor, the two primary colors. And Bill was one of the very, very first major filmmakers to put Technicolor sequences into his film. And they're really quite striking.
As exciting as these discoveries were, nothing really prepared us for what we found next.
One morning I was walking around the movie set site, and there was a piece of statuary sticking out of sand, and it was written in Paul. We decided to focus on excavating that seams.
So far we've got a deer hooked in the cheek, and we think there's a forehead seam somewhere in there, and we're really hoping that this is that. It's insanely exciting. The set was an amazing undertaking. DeMille had to create everything from scratch in somewhat kind of harsh circumstances on sand dunes in bad weather.
Looks like we have virtually the whole thing,
It's incredible.
more than I expected.
You'll never see anything like this again ever anywhere else.
The set was 800 feet long. It had 25-ton swimsuits laid out in a double flank out from the gates of the Pharaoh's city. And this one seemed much more entire.
The next challenge became how to remove it and preserve it. Jamil's set was created of plaster framed around wooden framework, and as soon as you exposed it to the air, the chemistry began to change, and it began to crumble and to fall apart.
I never would have thought I'd be digging up Egyptian statuary in the beaches of Southern California. I'm a building restoration artist in Hollywood, working on historic buildings, movie palaces for 20 years. I was brought into the project because of my plaster restoration experience. This paper, I don't know what to eat. We tried various different ways to stabilize the plaster in the field. We used D72, acrylic resin. We brushed this on and with gauze. It wasn't working out very well. Plaster is so soft, which means it can be damaged just by a brush or your hand, and with gauze, it wouldn't actually hold the things together. So we improvised. We found that using expensive insulation foam, commonly used to insulate houses, was a great tool in the field to support, to get larger pieces out of the sand.
After having worked the last few years with just pieces here and there, see the whole reveal is just incredible. When we rolled it over, it was probably the most incredible experience I've ever had on any site. We exposed the other side of the face, and the paint on it was just fresh, not even just seconds been exposed. Just incredible. It was beautiful.
The enormity of this project gives me goosebumps today.
Local museums in Guadalupe now has a dedicated display, and the Sphinx that we excavated is now a centerpiece of the museum's magazine. But we still have a big question. What would it have been like to be on the Mill movie set in 1922?
The scale of the production of the Ten Commandments was colossal. 500 carpenters, 500 painters, 400 set decorators, 1,200 electricians and gardeners. The set itself was more than 100 feet tall. The materials required were enormous. Over 500,000 feet of lumber, 25,000 pounds of nails, 75 miles of cable, 300 tons of plaster. There were 500 tons of elaborate sculptures, over 20 sphinxes. There were 4 massive statues of the pharaoh Ramses, each 35 feet tall and weighing 39 pounds. Casting crew numbered at least 3,500 men, women, and children. Camp DeMille was set up where they lived under cameras in 500 tents for weeks at a time. A single lunch required 7,500 sandwiches, 2,500 apples and oranges, and 400 gallons of coffee. 5,000 animals were used on the set.
Spur ins nächste Level mit Hellspin. Melde dich jetzt an und hole bis zu 2000
Photoplay magazine photo, the greatest theatrical spectacle in history.
Die Hitze ist real. Die Belohnungen sind gigantisch. Hellspin, finde uns im Netz.
Of course, there was one final twist. What did DeMille do with the set when he was done? The local story was that the set had been blown up, but the evidence didn't support it.
While walking the site, we found fragments of wire such as this. We know it's a very windy area. Is this a clue?
Now that we're up here, you can see that the wind is so strong that when it blows, it can tear down virtually anything.
And you would have needed industrial cables such as this to stabilize the large statuary and keep it standing upright.
All the film crew had to do to destroy the set was to cut the cables. And the wind did the rest and blew the set over. And as time passed, buried the site, so it looks as it does today.
The Ten Commandments is a huge hit and becomes Paramount's highest-grossing film for the next 25 years. It was the dawn of a new era, the profitable blockbuster. And throughout the 1920s, Hollywood boomed.
Of course, we all know this is going to end. In 1929, the stock market was going to crash. The United States was going to go from the Roaring '20s into the Great Depression. By 1933, half of the Hollywood majors were in bankruptcy, and most of the rest were approaching bankruptcy.
Everyone was terrified. Would Hollywood make? Would the film industry survive?
Despite the Great Depression, the industry in Los Angeles is finding new ways to survive. On land and sea.
There are more than 1,000 shipwrecks fly off the coast of California. It becomes a passion for me to investigate and search out, find them. It's also within my life, all my life. I started diving with my dad when I was really young, in the early 70s, where I grew up, coastal town, California. I wanted to visit the deeper wrecks, so it required me taking some technical rebreather training. During that training, I came across something really amazing, something I've never expected to see. This wreck is about 10 miles off the coast of Long Beach. It's 135 to 140 feet, it's pretty deep. It's pretty dark and you don't see anything for a long time. And then out of the gloom comes this huge shape. You really feel the adrenaline rush at that time. I was just thinking, man, it is huge. Bigger than anything I had dove on before. We realized we were on the stern section. And then we realized that there was only half a ship there. I was thinking, where's the rest of the ship? Where's the other half? It was strange, intriguing. After that dive, I had a lot of unanswered questions. What kind of ship was she? Why did she sink? And what is she doing here, just 10 miles off of Long Beach? I'm a lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy Reserve. When I was active duty, I served aboard 2 warships. Now I own a marine exploration company, and we go and search for lost ship and aircraft wrecks.
I work with Kevin as a spatial scientist. We use remote sensing and photogrammetry to study coastal environment. So I specialize in meteorology, oceanography, and even things like shipwrecks. To create a photogrammetry model, we take video using an ROV, an underwater robot. And we extract thousands of photographs. And once we're able to create a 3D model, we can start to see things maybe we wouldn't have seen diving underwater. The question is, what will it show us? The thing about this photogrammetry model is that we can manipulate the wreck and look at it from a bird's eye view or turn it around.
That is really cool.
You can see this wreck has been down here a long time. You can see some of the growth, portions of the wreck.
Can we zoom in on some area we can?
Sure.
Right here. Look at that. It's really clear. There's a gun right there.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Look at that. Can we go up to like the bow section?
Yeah.
Right there. That's a torpedo too. I'm lost my words for that really. But this clearly looks like a warship of some kind. What is she doing here? During my next dive, we started exploring further, more than 100 feet away on the bottom. We find the other section of the ship. And I'm very confused as to why the 2 sections of the ship were so far apart.
Then we found something we never expected to ever see on a ship like this. Pieces of wood attached to the superstructure. Timber on a warship is a metal ship. There's no reason or place for timber. Why was that there? We started investigating the mangled wreckage area. There was a lot of metal that was pushed outward. I've never seen anything like that before. We started diving back to the back part of the wreck, and we saw the same evidence. Here's this massive warship blown in two pieces on the ocean floor. Indications of a huge explosion. There had been no U.S. destroyer sunk off the coast of California in either World War I or World War II. So what caused that?
So this is where we do. Being pushed out.
It was hit by the torpedoes and another one pushed in. So it wasn't the victim of an attack of an enemy submarine. It just didn't make sense.
A mysterious 1,000-ton warship lies wrecked just off the coast of Long Beach, California. But how and why did it sink?
I needed to go back and do some more reading. As I was doing some more research, I finally found something that answered my question. An article in the Los Angeles Times from February 22nd, 1933. It talked about a warship that had been spotted off the coast of Long Beach. It was a U.S. naval vessel, the USS Moody, Clemson-class destroyer, sub-hunter, built in Swanton, Massachusetts in 1919. Everything about her seemed to match the ship by design. She never saw any wartime action. What happened here? In fact, MGM Studios bought her for about $35,000 to use in a World War I movie, Hell Below. The ship that we've been swimming on all this time had been a Hollywood movie set.
Hell Below is an MGM picture from 1933, pretty big budget film with three all-star cast: Robert Montgomery, Robert Young. It's a tragic World War I story, but it's also got crazy comedy with Jimmy Durante. It also has romantic scenes, and it contains this wonderful battle scene.
When the movie I found in the wreck started to make sense, I knew it wasn't part of the original vessel. Turns out it was a set dressing. MGM producers used timber to disguise this old U.S. Navy destroyer so it looked like the World War I German warship.
And then they pulled it out and sunk it on camera for the film.
It's not easy to sink a real warship like this. So how did they do it?
So if we take the photogrammetry model and we cross-reference it to the blueprints of this destroyer, you can see right away where the vessel was broken in half.
It pulled right there between those two boilers, 3 and 4. What the model makes clear is that the explosive charges were set in the boiler. This first set of explosives was designed to create a massive explosion to simulate torpedoes, and severed the ship in two hull sections. Demolition engineers touched a second set of charges. Each section of the ship was exploded with jets, lighting on the sewer. The movie eventually went down, giving filmmakers a rare opportunity to actually film a sinking ship. It was a genius. It was a spectacular scene. Turned out the USS Moody wasn't the only ship that Hollywood used to make movies in the 20s and the 30s. About 25 miles west, there's the wrecks of at least 9 other ships that the studios used to make different movies. In fact, so many ships were used as film sets that the actors started calling the Hollywood Navy.
Of course, with the stock market crash in 1929, the Hollywood majors had to completely reorganize themselves to survive. Buying up an old ship and then sinking it, it was worth getting the most bang for their buck, putting great stuff up on the screen, giving us an audience. This sequence cost MGM $35,000. It's another example of MGM's savvy management during the Depression.
It is clear that families like these that keep audiences flocking to theaters despite the economic depression.
Gambling is the lifeblood of Hollywood's movie worlds. Where there's a lot of money, there are going to be people there who will separate you from that money. Bookies, racketeers, gangsters, they all flooded into Hollywood like bees. They knew that there was a big pot. Couldn't pay.
Back in the 1920s, Hollywood wasn't just the entertainment hub of the world. It was California's crime capital. Somewhere out there, about 3 miles out on the ocean floor, is a remnant from LA's past. A wrecked ship called the Monfalcone. She belonged to my great-grandfather. I read a lot about the Monfalcone, about how she sank under mysterious circumstances. I really just want to find out what actually happened. My great-grandfather, Jack Dragna, born in Corleone, Sicily, and came to Los Angeles in 1915. He was a mob boss in Los Angeles for about a quarter century. He did business with Al Capone, Benjamin W. Siegel, and had a little spat with Mickey Cohen. In 1928, he and several investors purchased an old fishing barge, and they turned her into a floating casino. But less than 2 years later, the Monfalcone sank after a mysterious fire. I've always wondered, is this an accident or did something shady happen?
Shipwrecks, sunken cities, sunken trains, sunken aircraft. If it sank, I probably don't know them. Now I'm going to find out what happened to J. Michael's great-granddaddy ship. And shipwrecks don't give up their secrets easily, and certainly the Monfalcone is no different.
Quoi que vous fassiez contre votre refroidissement, vous pouvez ajouter le Vicks Vaporub. Il soulage tout, maux de gorge, rhume, troubles bronchiques et vous aide à dormir comme un bébé. Vicks Vaporub. Ceci est un médicament autorisé. Demandez conseil à votre spécialiste et lisez la notice d'emballage.
We're trying to figure out what happened to the Monfalcone. We have to get to know it a little better. Strip the cedar underwater, but easier if we take 3D models.
Erst die Finanz Gebt euch vor, Ship ist noch hier.
It really is amazing that there's this much
Planen
structure
Sie die
detail still
Finanzen
visible.
aus. Jetzt
Imagine
beraten.
she wasn't actually a barge at all, but something much more impressive. The Monfalcone was just a beautiful ship. Built in Orange, Texas in 1919, was a barkentine schooner and then the four-mast square rig. It had its fair share of problems. In 1923, it was coming out of New Orleans and hit a hurricane, completely dismasted her. Then it was towed 3,000 miles from Los Angeles, and that's when your great-granddad. For him, the dismasted ship was an ingenious solution to a problem.
In 1920, a new law is introduced banning the sale of alcohol. But while gambling and drinking are illegal on land, it's a different story at sea.
Racketeers are thinking there's got to be a way around this. Somebody had the bright idea of a barge. How about this palace out in the waters beyond the reach of law enforcement? It is a brilliant idea. You could gamble, you could have prostitutes, you could have liquor. They just didn't see any downside to it. Monfalcone was one of these ships, and they were kind of like Sin City afloat.
By combining all the standards, you get a pretty good picture of what the Monfalcone's looks like. Inside of these casino ships are total Hollywood glitz. This is what the dance pavilion on the top deck was like.
I didn't realize it was that big.
It had 125 foot dance floor, 7-piece orchestra, fine dining.
Looks like we're below deck here. Gambling parlor.
The actual casino. On the lower deck, roulette wheels, craps, poker tables, slot machines, and shuttlecocks.
Put a lot of money into making this thing well equipped for gamblers.
Money was no object. It's all pretty fancy. The gambling tables, the furnishings, it's all combustible. The ship's wooden hull would be water tight with rope soaked in tar. The Monfalcone was just a giant painter box we need to go up some photos.
Divers are trying to establish the cause of the fires that sank a Prohibition-era gambling ship that lies wrecked 10 miles off the California coast.
How'd it go? You guys thought that was your great thing? That's good.
We'll see. It's called a wood planting lumberyard.
You guys find any fire damage? It could see a little bit, but
There's nothing there to identify the cause of the fire or the symptoms.
I think I'm about as close to Monfalcone as we can get. But I still don't feel any closer to solving the mystery of why she sank.
If you look carefully at the wreck again, so you see that all that's left is the lower portion of the hull. The ship was completely different. And that, the medium below deck. The fire was so intense that it burst through the Monfalcone right down to the waterline. Most of the ship's timbers were turned to carbon and the ocean just washed them away. All the wood on the ocean floor was from below the water. The fire couldn't reach it. That's why it shows no trace of burning.
I'm managing on Earth well, but it's still a question of how the fire got started. There are a lot of theories about what happened that night, about how she caught fire, and one of them is an insurance company, and they weren't trying to make a big buck. So I did some more research. I was actually shocked to learn they weren't insured. They lost something like $115,000 in the ship alone. Well, there was all talk about a rivalry with the owners of the competing vessel. It was the Joanna Smith and the Monfalcones investors. Berkeley Daily Gazette, May 22nd, 1930. 5 men hijacked a water taxi and posted over to Monfalcone. Several shots were fired when the raiders took possession of the vessel. It would not be outlandish for someone to set a fire to take out the competition. So, was it sabotage? Well, survivors and eyewitnesses thought it was just a simple accident. A leaky generator, neglected maintenance. I mean, even the crew thought the ship was an accident just waiting to happen. Reports say the fire began below the decks. Inside the engine room, there was a leaky oil line. Sparks from the generator ignited unsecured cans of gasoline. And in no time, it was all over.
The fire on Monfalcone, was it an accident? Was it deliberately set? I don't think we're going to know for sure.
The crime wave of the Prohibition years sees a whole new era for Hollywood. Pulp fiction and crime movies thrived, and gangsters and femme fatales became the new stars. During those tumultuous early decades of Hollywood, the boom of the 1920s, plus the Great Depression, Hollywood had to continually reinvent itself. We had to continually come up with new ideas and new genres, which included the biblical comic, film noir and gangster pictures, and of course the war. Unlike many other industries during the Great Depression, Hollywood was able to survive and continue to entertain the world in the second half of the 20th century and beyond. Shut him in the bank. Shut him in the bank.
From a young age, I was obsessed with the Wild West.
Only gonna tell you one story.
Stories of dusty streets and the gunslingers, cowboys and Indians, good and bad, rags to riches. But there are lots of people that have a stake in this story that are totally ignored.
What really happened at the Battle of the Little Big Horn?
We use a crime scene technique. We use the physical evidence, the forensic science. I'm one of the last survivors who has this story. I'm passing it on.
What can a boat buried in a Nebraskan field reveal about the pioneers who headed west?
This is not a little 3x3 test excavation. This is filled with the stuff that made America.
It was like Christmas every day. There wasn't one of anything, hundreds of everything.
And how did the crumbling remains of a ghost town uncover new truths about life in the Wild West?
It's time to update the outdated narratives and to challenge the stereotypes. The real story is much more interesting than what Hollywood will tell you.
Sam Corvino was a businessman in Omaha, and Jesse Purcell was a pilot. But they were also fishermen. They took a flex gate magnetometer and they started looking at an area of several square miles on and surrounding the Silver National Wildlife Refuge. Pretty much like radar, it sends out a signal, and when it finds a metallic object, it sends a signal back to the instrument. Just a few days later, they found several of these magnetic anomalies. They knew that they had hit a stash of artifacts of some kind.
Whatever it is, it lies just half a mile from the Missouri River.
This first picture is obviously one of the drilling rigs where they put down some test holes. Well, in one of them, up came fragments of boots, fragments of broken glass, the smell of alcohol. They need a lot of newspaper people out there all the time. They obviously were fascinated with the idea that they had found something pertaining to the frontier and wanted to know what it was. They stripped the overburden off as best they could. The problem was that being below water table, the water wanted to flood the hole. Water everywhere. I'm a dryland archaeologist, and dealing with something like this was not something I was familiar with. I was curator of collections and research at the Maxwell Museum of Anthropology at the University of New Mexico when I was visited by the guys overseeing the project. And they said, "How would you like a job?"
Well, I was a teaching fellow making $8,000 a year and starving to death, and that sounded pretty good because they offered me $11,500 with a promotion. I was talking to my mother about my new job, and she said, "You don't know anything about that." And I said, "No, but I'm going to learn fast."
In April 1969, Ron Switzer joins the excavation team to preserve whatever they find.
And that's one of the 500 horse diesel pumps that we were using to pump water out of the ground. And this is when we finally knew that we had a boat.
Digging further, they look for clues about the type of vessel they found.
The superstructure above the deck was gone, of course. So all that was left was the deck and some of the heavy machinery. Spokes that contained paddle wheels, steam boilers. We pretty much knew we had a steamboat then. That's the bow of the boat there. Yeah, that's the bow. Over time, the Missouri changed its course, and the riverbed became a field. The boat was found 18 feet below water table in a cut-off meander of the Missouri River. Essentially, it was just entombed in mud. So the problem was, of course, trying to identify it, and we didn't know where it was bound for.
Between the 1850s and the 1930s, somewhere around 400 steamboats sank on the Missouri River. There were quite a few boats that actually sank in this general area. It was pretty notorious for sinking boats. So they really wouldn't know whose boat they had found until they had excavated it and found proof. Once they finally saw the decking, they had to figure out a way to get the mud off of it.
If you've never experienced Missouri River mud, you don't know what mud is.
They actually found the stern bilge hatch. So they started pulling artifacts out from there. And eventually they found a soap crate. And on the top of the crate had been hand stenciled Stores Bertrand.
And it was brought into the lab, and everybody celebrated. And we knew then that we had the steamboat version.
The Bertrand steamed from St. Louis and was headed to Oakland into Montana territory. And that was the very last outpost at the end of the Missouri River. We know from the newspaper accounts that at 3 o'clock on April 1st, 1865, it sank. The Civil War was just winding down. Within a few weeks, Abraham Lincoln would be assassinated. So it was a very turbulent period in American history, a time of massive territorial expansion and human movement.
When the cargo began to be recovered, we didn't know how much there was, but there were tens of thousands of artifacts. So then we had a new problem. There was so much of it. We had to keep them wet. We had to get them into a temperature-controlled environment if we could, or we were going to lose that cargo. There was just no question about it. Let's bring back memories. That's me, trying to decide what to do with that cargo as it came off the boat by the truckload.
Within 9 months, Ron Switzer's team preserves 500,000 artifacts from the steamboat Bertrand.
Ron gets so many extra bonus points in my book because these steamboat wrecks, we've excavated so few of them for a reason. This is not a little 3x3 test excavation. This is backhoes. This is water pumps. This is epic. You just can't possibly comprehend how much stuff was loaded onto these steamboats headed west. Prior to the Transcontinental Railroad, we really used these interior waterways as a primary way to move goods and people as efficiently as possible. And so these steamboat wrecks, they are filled with the stuff that made America. There weren't a lot of folks that had done much work on the Bertrand after the initial excavation. And so every time we grab an object now, we can learn stuff we've never learned before. Because of Hollywood movies, we tend to think of people on the frontier as just a bunch of rough and rowdy men. For me, as an archaeologist, if I can get to these collections of artifacts coming off this steamboat, can I use those objects to figure out, why do you pick up and go west?
Hi, how you doing?
I vividly remember the first time I walked into the Bertrand Museum. I was just blown away. That's exactly how I felt. The things that always surprise me the most are the real high-end luxury goods. When were you going to use that? In the American West. Imagine this covered in mud. When it was initially found, we had no idea what the heck is this thing. It was a mess. It turns out it's a mink stole. A number of different types of china or everyday stoneware was on board the Bertrand. Lovely pieces that any frontier home would be really, really pleased to be able to, if guests came over, to put on their table.
The Bertrand had fancy foodstuffs and pickles, preserves, and wines and liquor. I mean, these were high-class goods going into the frontier. We had Piper Heidsieck champagne. We uncorked the bottle. There was still good champagne.
Back in the 1860s, they found gold in Montana Territory. And people were heading west, trying to look for gold. If they actually hit it and get it rich, they had a lot of disposable income. People in the Wild West were actually a little more sophisticated than people think of them as.
Once we got all of the cargo out, we had to decide what to do about the boat itself. Were they going to try to preserve it or not? We couldn't do it. There was just no way, logistically, economically, rationally, to do that. So they decided then to let the Bertrand go back to her grave. But before they pulled the plug, we wanted to figure out why she sank. So major drawings were made of literally every inch of that boat. So we could build a reconstructed version of the steamboat Bertrand. That's a good job. Beautiful. She was such a shallow draft boat. She sat on the water like a duck. It makes you wonder if there is a clue here as to why she sank.
It was a very risky business taking the steamboat up the Missouri River. It was a notoriously difficult river to navigate. It's shallow, it had lots of sandbars, lots of sunken logs, slow snags.
The first boats to reach Fort Benton on the upper Missouri in the springtime were the ones who got the most profit. So naturally, you wanted to get as much cargo up there as fast as you could. It was common practice in those days to overload your boats.
We learned from the Council Bluffs newspaper account that another vessel that was a partner with the Bertrand, the Deer Lodge, actually had to leave about 100 tons of freight at Sioux City because the water levels were dropping really fast. So what that tells us is that literally a few days prior when the Bertrand left, taking her full cargo with her, she was probably too heavy for the journey she was making. She's sitting too low in the water that's not deep enough for the snags to flow underneath the vessel.
The newspaper account says he was heading upriver towards Montana. And at 3 o'clock on April 1st, 1865, he struck one of these snags and immediately started taking on water. The pilot managed to drive it to the western side of the river, and everyone got off safely.
We know there were passenger boxes that were left behind inside the hold of our train. So can I use those passenger items to figure out what everyday life was like on a frontier? I was really, really intrigued to find out who the actual passengers were.
A 100 years after sinking, passengers' possessions recovered from the steamboat Bertrand are a time capsule of life on the American frontier.
The most intriguing box in the Bertrand collection held a school slate.
At the top of the slate is carved the name Fanny.
We learned from the newspaper accounts that Anna and Fanny Campbell were two young women who were traveling from boarding school into the Montana Territory to meet their family. Fanny sort of had a larger-than-life sort of persona, so she turned up frequently in historical records. This is basically sort of showing what everybody in the county does, and under Fanny's entry, it says that she's teaching school. It says tomorrow, the tree school will be opened under the direction and superintendence of Miss Fanny Campbell, a lady and a scholar in every manner, calculated to take charge of the youthful mind. This is an article about when Fanny bought a ranch. She had horses and cattle, talking about how snug her income must be because she was such a successful rancher. You gotta love that. In her 50s, she ranched 1,000 acres. That's crazy. This is a census from 1910. It lists Fanny Campbell as the head of the family. That is really, really unusual at this time period. That's just fabulous. Fanny embodies that sort of frontier spirit because she was fearless. I think think I loved her from the moment I saw her slate with that bold child riding fanny on it. So oftentimes it's the small, tiny items that are really, really telling. These objects are a way for us to sort of get a better understanding of what everyday life was like in the American West.
Settlers continue to push westward. In 1874, gold is found in the Great Sioux Reservation.
The entire westward push was in a public policy called the Manifest Destiny. But the indigenous peoples were really not thought of as part of that. Instead, the idea is putting them on reservations, giving them land. The Black Hills, as traditional Sioux land, was given to the Sioux as long as the sky was blue and the grass was green. It did not mention a darn word about the hills becoming gold.
By the 1870s, and particularly with gold being discovered in the Black Hills and the Black Hills being opened up by Congress, the Army was given the task of protecting the miners from the Indians. So Custer was following his orders to find the Indians that had been out and left the reservation.
On June 25, 1876, the 7th U.S. Cavalry, led by Lieutenant Colonel George Custer, confronts a large Native American encampment.
To take that traditional view of what happened is Custer was surprised by the number of Indians, and his command was surrounded quickly and destroyed by all these mounted warriors. The archaeological record tells us it was much more complex than that.
My name is Eddie Coquin, and I am Lakota. My relationship to this battlefield is my great-grandpa. So my story about this battle told to me by my two granduncles with me. And I'm one of the last survivors who has a story about this, and I'm passing it on.
There were Native American accounts, but they had been largely discounted. The traditional story of this battle is largely based on military accounts. Custer and his command all clustered together on that stand with the warriors just swarming and swirling around him.
They go, and I went on in a circle. They said, we outnumbered him. They try to make Custer look like he's some kind of a hero who was massacred.
That's a traditional view of what happened at that battle. And it wasn't until 1983, and those remarkable discoveries being made, that it all changes. It started due to a careless smoker who passed by and threw a cigarette butt out, started a wildland fire. And what that did was remove all the vegetation, and it gave us access to the field. This gave us the opportunity to actually do archaeology on the park.
Have the archaeologists solved the riddles of Custer's last stand?
At that point,
Who is that guy with the beard?
Me. I was 36 when we did the project. I was a supervisory archaeologist with the National Park Service at the time. Melissa and I worked together. We knew each other in Lincoln.
We worked together 84 and 85 as colleagues, and then we started going out together. And of course, in 87, we were married. So yeah, I guess it became more than a collegial situation.
There are marble markers on the field today that allegedly were from Indian battle.
Part of the reason the Custer story became such a legend was because tons of people have made battlefield reconstructions based on the location of those markers. But of course, the markers weren't put in until like 15 years after the battle. So it's not surprising that those markers and the whole legend have the potential not to be accurate.
So we wanted to find the physical evidence so we could even use that physical evidence to reconstruct what really happened at that battle. What we did not know was how much stuff had been salvaged after the battle by the victorious warriors. We got our crews lined up and we set a crew out. Yeah, we were worried that maybe there wasn't anything left. And in the first hour they were walking around, they found absolutely nothing. Literally nothing. Right behind them, we had a group of metal detectorists anxious to show us what they could do. Using metal detectors is a little controversial. They have largely been passed off by archaeologists as the tool of the devil because they were used in looting. But we decided that we would try it in a controlled environment there.
You start to hear the ding, 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 ding.
Detective machines began to sing wildly. Fine, moving on.
In the same time period of that first hour, they had found over 100 battle-related artifacts.
hand boots that were attached to human leg bones.
We had the backstrap from a Colt Army revolver.
It was just a lot of fun. I mean, it's like the greatest Easter egg hunt in the world.
But more importantly was the discovery of bullets and cartridge cases. There were hundreds of them. People think of Little Big Horn, especially from a Hollywood perspective, the bow and arrow fight. We found out of 5,000 artifacts, 12 arrowheads. That tells us they were used, but they were not the most important thing. This was a gun battle.
Well.
That's a 44 hand.
The bullets and cartridge cases were bagged and labeled, and we subjected them to what's called firearms identification. That allowed us to determine what type of weapon they were fired in, whether it's Native American or soldier. Around the soldier locations, we recovered mostly cartridge cases from single-shot Springfield cartridges. And if you do a few tests, you'll find out something interesting.
This is the workhorse of the Army in the latter part of the 1800s, and this is the Model 1873 Springfield, accurate up to about 200 yards.
They fire a high-velocity bullet. But we found by experiment they can take nearly 10 seconds to reload, re-aim, and fire again. Near the warrior sites, we recovered cartridge cases from a variety of guns, specifically a large number of Winchester hand rifles.
This is a Model 1873 Winchester. It's a lever action.
Now those can be preloaded with up to 14 cartridges, and we found they can shoot around about every 2 seconds. That's an entirely different type of firepower.
Wow. That'd be a little faster than those soldier weapons would fire, wouldn't it?
Quite a bit. We began to appreciate more and more the skill set of the Native Americans. They knew how to deal with the firearm. They were sophisticated in their weapon systems. They were sophisticated in the use of the weapon systems.
This is an expended 45-70 cartridge here. Probably just a soldier's position.
It quickly became obvious that those cartridge cases and bullets were going to tell us more. There were microscopic striae in those firing pin marks that would indicate that this cartridge case and this cartridge case found 30 feet from it were fired in the same gun. We can literally follow the movement of some of those weapons around the battlefield, and then we can make presumptions about who carried them. We had clusters of soldiers, a couple of those 3 guys in guns, moved down, and we don't see any more movement. Soldiers were trained to fight in place, to get a skirmish line, and do what they were told, and they did. And the warriors, on the other hand, were fighting in much more loose war groups. They might stay in one position and shoot, and then move to another position and shoot. They use that terrain to protect themselves.
Each individual Lakota man had his own style of understanding how to defend the people, how to defend the land.
Custer's men were outgunned and outfought based on the analysis of the terrain and where those cartridge cases and bullets were found. The traditional view at the end of the battle is that some element of Custer's immediate command is surrounded and there's this grand last stand. You know, you've got to think about this. What's great on screen is not the way these battles played out. Custer's body was positively identified on Last Stand Hill. He had been shot in the chest and also a gunshot wound in the left temple.
There's so many stories that come out from all the historians saying Custer was the last downhill. Most of the stories that were told to me from their uncles, they never speculated or wondered what they see.
Probably at the end of the battle, some men tried to break away from the Last Stand Hill and then try to go into Deep Ravine. At marker number 2, at the head of Deep Ravine itself, there were some soldier cartridges indicating a soldier had fallen. But more importantly, there were at least 6 different Native American firearms represented in the bullets that impacted in that position. Well, if you've got 6 different warriors firing at that one gun, it suggests you've got the time to have a bunch of warriors cluster together and fire at somebody, which to me suggests that this might be one of the last guys on the field, not Custer. Your story and our archaeological record are all consistent with how this thing plays out.
Right. It was a guerrilla fighting scheme that helped them defeat Custer.
People think of Little Big Horn, especially from a Hollywood perspective, of good guys and bad guys, and the good guys win and all that sort of thing. But both historical record, the archaeological record, and the native narratives in world history tell us it was much more complex. We really do have a better understanding of the past and what happened at that battle.
Despite the Native American victory at the Little Bighorn, westward expansion continues in search of more gold.
When you start to really dig into the real story of the Wild West, you realize that there are lots of people that have a stake in this story that are totally ignored. And as an archaeologist, I feel a responsibility to those people to do the best I can to tell their story, to challenge the stereotypes, to bring in all the other people that were part of the story but are missing from the history books. Coming out of the valley, you drive around these windy hills, and it just seems like it goes forever and forever, and you can just see it so far in the distance. And all of a sudden, you come around the corner, and there's Bodie. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. When you think about gold fever, when you come to a place like Bodie, you see the power of that mineral. Nothing about living here would have been easy. Nothing. Getting here, getting food in, getting shelter, everything was an uphill battle. But people did it because of the potential to go out and get rich. From a young age, I was obsessed with the Wild West. When I was a kid, my dad took me to Virginia City, a silver mining town, and I thought that was so much cooler than Disneyland. Hi! Hey, how are you?
Gold mining here in Bodie, it really declined over time, and so people started to move on. That's when Bodie became more of a ghost mining town in the 1920s. My job is to preserve Bodie, freeze it in time, essentially. Today, there's about 150 buildings total. Back in the day, at the height of Bodie, about 2,000. Here we are at the crossroads, Green Street and then Main Street. This would have been the commercial core.
Yeah.
Right, and it was about 1 mile in length.
Wow.
Jeez.
There are parts that have been preserved, but there's key neighborhoods, key parts of the story that are no longer here. Do you have maps or any sort of imagery from this area to give us a sense of how many buildings would have been here?
What we've been working on is trying to recreate town in that boom years, right, in the 1880s, to basically recreate in a 3D model form and bring it back to life.
We're lucky here at Bodie, there's lots of evidence to help fill in the gaps in the story. And I've got this image in my head, and I'm really excited to see what Bodie looked like in 3D color in 1880.
What is very well studied about Bodie is the core, the downtown, and most of the buildings, but it's been estimated that more than 90% of what's left of Bodie is things that you cannot see across the landscape. So there is so much to still investigate. The LiDAR that we're using now is called Simultaneous Location and Mapping, or SLAM LiDAR, which is a handheld device that I can carry around and then use it to scan the landscape and the environment with great accuracy to help us understand the archaeological signature even without digging. Starting from the signature from the ruins, if we collect the data in 3D, we can use it to reconstruct the entire building. So we can show how the past was, how building were before being demolished, and bring the past back to life.
I do photogrammetry with this drone, basically capturing images. And we're going to map this morning, basically to complement the data that Nicola's capturing with the GeoSLAM.
I've seen early photographs, I've seen maps, and one of the things that I've learned is that there's still so much that we don't know.
It's amazing to see it come together like this. Wow, you can really see the size of Bodie. It looks so much bigger. You would have shops, mercantiles, barbershops, markets. I think at the height there was about 60 saloons. This really shows you, I mean, this was a city. How cool. In this area, there's not much detail. It would be interesting to take a closer look there. There's some buildings that historians have documented, although there's some interpretation of the part of town that's very minimal. So that's an area that really is screaming for more attention.
I think this would be interesting. I mean, this is definitely some type of ruin, remains of a building.
Come. This is a medicine bottle. That is so cool. These are distinctive Chinese medicine bottles. So they would contain liquid or pelletized pills. How awesome. One of the first places that the word of the discovery of gold makes it is Hawaii and China, because that's where all the ships were going out of this west coast of California. It was way easier to get to places like that via boats than it was to get across the United States. So I can tell right now we're in a Chinese residence just by the suite of artifacts, just in this one little spot. This is so exciting. Somebody's house. This is the garbage of somebody's life. So this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Even the Chinese, they had a name for California, Gold Mountain, because of the potential to go out and get rich.
Come see right here, another ruin.
Oh yeah.
You can see here all the foundation.
It looks like dry depth masonry, and maybe there's some Chinese techniques in some of that architecture.
Yeah, that's what we hope.
So a Chinese miner coming out to look for a gold strike would come against several obstacles. One of them was in many areas, they were not allowed to stay
statehood claim. Chinese immigrants can't buy houses, or if you have a store, fine, you have to pay $50 a month, even though nobody else does. It was just one thing after another, targeting this population to kind of prevent them from putting down roots. However, they figured workarounds. They would partner with folks. They would buy used claims. These folks persisted. They were not cowered in the corners. They were still building lives. They were still being successful. Well, there's Chinatown. Many of the Chinese chose to take up jobs working for individuals or restaurants, doing laundry, doing domestic tasks. The Chinese population contributed to the economy. With money, built roads, built cities that we all still enjoy today. And that's lost if you don't look for it. Places like Bodhi, it's here. These stories are just waiting to be told. A more inclusive history is a more accurate way to tell American history.
It's important to correct the story because we can only move forward by having a true understanding of what has been.
Just running around in circles thing is just a figment of imagination of the movie maker. Hollywood doesn't know anything about what I just told you.
When you get into the true history and realize how complex it is, it breaks the myth, it blows the myth up.
Desde desiertos a estepas semiáridas, densos bosques y tundra ártica. Rusia es un territorio salvaje de llamativos contrastes y el hogar de algunas de las especies más exóticas de la Tierra. Aquí la fauna debe pelear por su supervivencia en una de las últimas regiones silvestres del mundo. Siberia, un mundo gélido y desolado. Su superficie abarca 13 millones y medio de kilómetros cuadrados. Su inmensidad es inigualable. Constituye poco más del 75% del territorio ruso y ocupa un doceavo de toda la masa continental terrestre. Desde la helada tundra costera en el círculo ártico hasta las desoladas estepas del sur, Siberia es el hogar de añosos abetos y el lago más profundo del mundo. Conocida como la Tierra Durmiente, gran parte de Siberia está cubierta de hielo y nieve durante casi todo el año, combatiendo temperaturas glaciales de hasta 68 grados bajo cero durante los largos inviernos. Sus breves y calurosos veranos se caracterizan por asfixiantes olas de calor que llegan a superar los 38 grados centígrados. Pero estas temperaturas extremas no son un obstáculo para la vida. Los animales se adaptan para sobrevivir y proliferar en estas heladas tierras. Esto es Siberia, el gélido corazón de Rusia. Con excepción de los polos, el único sitio de la Tierra que es sinónimo de frío intenso es Siberia. Aquí el invierno le hace honor a su reputación. No es raro que la nieve se acumule en capas que superen el metro y medio. Pero para algunos residentes siberianos, estas condiciones extremas les ofrecen una ventaja por sobre otras formas de vida. Los lobos están muy bien adaptados a la vida en Siberia. Sus densos pelajes, su astucia para la caza y voluntad de trabajo en equipo garantizan su supervivencia. Con cerca de 30.000 ejemplares, Rusia cuenta con la mayor población mundial de lobos grises. Son extremadamente territoriales y defenderán con gran ferocidad sus áreas de distribución de otras manadas. Sus territorios pueden superar los 1.500 kilómetros cuadrados, el doble de la superficie de la ciudad de Nueva York. Los aullidos convocan a la manada, y es una demostración de fuerza para intimidar a los forasteros. Una manada es en esencia una familia. Sus cabecillas suelen ser los padres, y la mayoría de sus miembros, descendientes de diversas edades. Al igual que en la familia humana, los padres proveen alimento y seguridad. El éxito o fracaso de la manada depende de ellos. Con una visión formidable y un sentido del olfato 100 veces más agudo que el del humano, una manada de lobos puede detectar presas a casi 5 kilómetros de distancia y perciben un rastro en el aire. Las manadas son más visibles durante el invierno, cuando los lobos se desplazan todos juntos. Pero la vista y oído del reno no están bien desarrollados. Los lobos pueden acercarse mucho a ellos sin ser detectados. Al percibir el peligro, los renos escapan a toda velocidad. En cuanto a resistencia física, el reno y el lobo están cabeza a cabeza. Pero los lobos llevan la ventaja moviéndose en manada. Trabajando en equipo y turnándose para dirigir la cacería, cada miembro desempeña su papel y ningún lobo queda exhausto. Cualquier reno demasiado fatigado para seguir a sus compañeros es un blanco fácil. Al quedar separado del resto del rebaño, este reno nunca tuvo oportunidad de escapar ileso. A la hora de comer, los lobos respetan una estricta cadena de mando. Gruñendo y enseñando los colmillos, cada lobo fortalece su posición dentro de la manada. Los alfas tienen derecho a elegir las mejores partes y son los primeros en llevarse la suya. Pero al final, a todos les toca su turno en la mesa. En una sola comida, un lobo puede consumir hasta 10 kilos de carne. Gracias a la destreza de la manada, esta familia tiene carne de la que alimentarse. La taiga siberiana se extiende desde los montes Urales hacia el oeste hasta el Océano Pacífico hacia el este. Todo lo que vive en estos bosques en apariencia interminables se acerca a los límites mismos de la supervivencia. Las especies que no migran o hibernan deben estar muy bien adaptadas para resistir el frío intenso. Algunos de los depredadores más astutos del mundo tienen su hogar en estos bosques. El lince boreal es un sigiloso cazador que acecha a su presa en silencio. Este misterioso felino es el más grande de las 4 especies de lince. Prefiere la densa cobertura del bosque que el campo abierto. Sus grandes y anchas patas le permiten maniobrar con facilidad en la nieve espesa. Depende de este factor sorpresa mientras caza, y lo utiliza para derribar presas hasta 3 veces más grandes que él. El corzo siberiano constituye su plato favorito, pero sin ninguno a la vista, deberá conformarse con un alimento de cualquier otro tamaño. En los bosques de la taiga siberiana, un lince está de cacería. Sus ojos pueden detectar hasta el más mínimo movimiento. Pero una buena visión no siempre es suficiente. El pelaje invernal de la liebre de montaña es una excelente defensa contra los depredadores visuales. Permanecer inmóvil podría salvarle la vida. Pero el lince cuenta con otro agudo sentido en su arsenal. Los característicos mechones de pelo que salen de sus orejas le permiten detectar vibraciones sonoras que amplifican su sentido de la audición. Si hace el más mínimo ruido, la liebre delatará su posición. Camuflándose con el paisaje, el lince se acerca lentamente. Sus patas traseras, más largas que las delanteras, dotan al lince de una capacidad de salto extraordinaria. Para sobrevivir en invierno, este lince tendrá que consumir entre 1 y 2 kilos de carne todos los días. Cuando caiga la noche, deberá volver a cazar. La tundra siberiana es un páramo desolado situado en el norte de Rusia. Durante el invierno, las destempladas temperaturas pueden llegar a descender a los 43 grados bajo cero, desafiando hasta las criaturas más resistentes del mundo. El frío abrasador del viento de la tundra es tan intenso que la piel descubierta puede congelarse en 30 segundos. Este desierto de hielo es uno de los lugares más fríos y áridos de la Tierra. Aquí la vida debe adaptarse o crecer. Una manada de bueyes albizcleros. Históricamente, estas reliquias de la edad de hielo alguna vez ocuparon toda la tundra siberiana. Ahora, poblaciones recuperadas ocupan pequeños rincones del Ártico siberiano. Recorriendo apenas 2 kilómetros por día para conservar sus energías. Estos nómadas se abren paso lentamente por el terreno congelado. En invierno, los bueyes albizcleros se desplazarán hasta las elevaciones más altas y frías de la tundra, y evitarán tener que escarbar en la nieve profunda para llegar al alimento que allí se esconde. Las temperaturas glaciales no los perturban. La naturaleza los hizo a prueba de cualquier tormenta de nieve. Están tan bien aislados del frío que la nieve sobre sus lomos no se derrite, sino que se acumula sobre su largo pelaje. Este becerro está teniendo su primer contacto con el invierno. De apenas unos meses de edad, se alimenta mayormente de las hierbas, líquenes y musgo de la tundra. Pero aún depende de su madre para abrigarse del implacable frío de invierno. Permanecerá al lado de su madre durante 2 años más y estará protegido por toda la manada. Los bueyes no tienen terneros todos los años, de modo que esta cría es muy valiosa para la manada. Lentamente, la población de bueyes albizcleros está recuperándose en toda Siberia. En el bosque siberiano, los inviernos pueden durar hasta 6 meses, e incluso los árboles están adaptados para soportar el frío extremo. Las coníferas se han adaptado para sobrevivir los largos inviernos y los cortos veranos de la taiga. Sus agujas contienen muy poca savia, lo que ayuda a prevenir la congelación. Su color oscuro y forma de cono las ayudan a absorber la mayor cantidad de luz solar posible. Y sus delgadas y flexibles ramas les permiten soportar las nevadas más copiosas. Algunos de los residentes de la taiga están muy bien equipados para dar hasta con las fuentes de alimento mejor ocultas de la región. El caracol habita todo el año en estos bosques, que le permiten un suministro constante de animales de presa. Que ratones y campañoles pasen todo el invierno bajo la nieve no significa que estén protegidos de todos los peligros del bosque. Un caracol puede escuchar a estos pequeños roedores moverse a 60 centímetros bajo la superficie, a una distancia de hasta 100 metros. Esta ave rapaz posee el mejor de los amplificadores. Formada por un anillo de plumas rígidas, su cara actúa como un plato satelital captando todos los sonidos. En las profundidades, este campañón hace crujir la nieve con sus bisanas. Aquí en el bosque, la penalidad por emitir el mínimo ruido puede ser la muerte. Con sus suaves plumas de bordes cerrados, su vuelo no produce ningún ruido que interrumpa la transmisión del olor. Este campañón desprevenido es una presa fácil de capturar. Durante el invierno, el caracol necesita alimentarse de unos 7 roedores por día para sobrevivir. En los últimos días de abril, el sistema meteorológico conocido como anticiclón siberiano, responsable de las temperaturas glaciales, está perdiendo fuerzas. Los días más largos y un sol más intenso son las primeras señales que anuncian que se aproxima un cambio. Esto es suficiente para despertar el instinto en muchas especies que las exhorta a abandonar la taiga con rumbo norte. Para los renos, la travesía comienza cuando los suelos todavía están congelados. Es mucho más fácil atravesar el hielo que un terreno empantanado. Cuando lleguen a su pastoreo estival, la nieve y el hielo habrán desaparecido de la tundra siberiana. En el bosque de la taiga, la llegada de una nueva estación también despierta a otras criaturas de su letargo. Con la alborada, los gallos lila comienzan a reunirse en el lek. El lek es un campo de batalla donde los machos intentan demostrar su valía trabándose en lucha. Los meses de abril y mayo son los más importantes para estas aves. Es cuando las hembras hacen acto de presencia para elegir sus futuras parejas. Encima de los ojos, sus rojas crestas se hinchan al llenarse de sangre. Son un indicador de niveles de testosterona que provoca admiración en las espectadoras. Los sacos de aire en sus pescuezos les permiten emitir un gorjeo casi continuo, que puede escucharse a 4 kilómetros a la redonda. La contienda comienza. La destreza en la batalla es una señal de fortaleza y buenos genes. Atributos que la hembra espera legarles a los polluelos de esta temporada. Este macho ha demostrado su superioridad. Si logra mantener su posición de poder, esta ave promiscua se apareará con la mayoría de las hembras espectadoras, pero no tendrá un papel en la crianza de sus pichones. Los días en la taiga siberiana van haciéndose más largos. El clima cálido ha comenzado a sacar a los moradores del bosque de su estado de hibernación. Este oso ha pasado los últimos 5 meses oculto, conservando sus energías, que son cruciales para su supervivencia. Durante su prolongada siesta, el ritmo cardíaco y temperatura corporal disminuyen, pero igualmente el oso pierde hasta la mitad de su peso. Los osos no son renegados a la hora de comer. Devorarán casi todo lo que encuentren, incluyendo hierba y frutos. Durante el otoño, su misión consta simplemente de acumular calorías, pero con la llegada de la primavera, esta situación cambia con la escasez de vegetación. Por lo tanto, este oso tendrá que buscar lo que sea para alimentarse. Su sentido del olfato es excepcional. Es tan agudo que puede detectar el cadáver de un animal ubicado a una distancia de hasta 50 kilómetros. En este bosque, abundan los animales carnívoros atentos a cualquier señal de alimento gratis. Los cuervos buscan continuamente carroña sobrevolando grandes distancias. En una sola comida, este oso puede engullir hasta 41 kilos de carne. Un cuervo solo puede consumir hasta 2 kilogramos. Una bandada numerosa puede devorarse un reno entero con facilidad. Pero este cuervo tendrá que ser su turno. Pronto el deshielo primaveral comenzará con fuerza. Las temperaturas más altas dan origen a un torrente de aguas de deshielo que caen en cascada, formando arroyos temporales y humedales por todo el suelo congelado. A medida que el hielo se retira, una criatura muy particular comienza a asomar. La salamandra siberiana está perfectamente adaptada a vivir en áreas donde las capas más bajas del suelo están perpetuamente congeladas. Puede resistir temperaturas de hasta 40 grados bajo cero. Esta tolerancia al congelamiento se debe a compuestos especiales en la sangre de la salamandra. Un anticongelante natural evita que las células de la salamandra se dañen. Pueden sobrevivir congeladas durante años en el permafrost, a profundidades de hasta 14 metros. Una vez que se descongelan, prosiguen su camino. Aprovechan el breve verano siberiano para reproducirse, depositando sus valiosos huevos en humedales y charcos poco profundos, antes de buscar cobijo en un tronco y afrontar la posibilidad de retornar a un estado de prolongada criogenia. La salamandra siberiana es una de las únicas especies de la Tierra que pueden sobrevivir a estas temperaturas extremas. Durante los breves periodos de calor de la primavera y el verano, aparecen nuevas señales de vida en lo profundo del bosque. Habiendo sobrevivido el invierno, este caracol ahora debe cargar con una responsabilidad aún mayor. Tan enérgico como mutido, este polluelo tiene una vista panorámica del coto de casa de sus padres. Los cárabos lapones son padres dedicados. Por turnos, se pasan todo el día alimentando a sus pichones. Para que sus polluelos puedan sobrevivir, la madre deberá pasar hambre. Esta hembra perderá casi un tercio de su peso corporal mientras alimenta a sus crías. La caza es una tarea de nunca acabar. Estos padres defenderán su nido furiosamente y atacarán lo que sea, incluyendo a osos y linces, que se atrevan a acercarse demasiado a sus polluelos. Gracias a sus esfuerzos, 2/3 de sus polluelos sobreviven hasta aprender a volar a las 8 semanas de vida. Los responsables padres continuarán alimentando y defendiendo a sus polluelos hasta que el verano llegue a su fin. Pero algunas crías ya están listas para cazar por su cuenta. Este lobo solitario ha abandonado a su familia en la búsqueda de independencia. Este lobo es su propia manada, y el territorio es todo suyo para dominar. Pero por ahora se mantiene oculto. Su cautela no es en vano. Otra manada de lobos no tolerará su presencia. Este lobo está escapando. Cada uno de sus agudos sentidos está en sintonía con sus alrededores. Un jabalí es el almuerzo ideal para un lobo joven. Pero cazar es más difícil sin la fuerza y la destreza de una manada. Los jabalíes son animales de fuerzas inmensas, aunque son sumamente peligrosos. Esta familia de jabalíes puede enfrentarse con facilidad a un lobo solitario. En silencio, se retira y retorna a su escondite. Para poder prosperar en estos bosques, este lobo debe buscarse una pareja. Rara vez los lobos solitarios desean llamar la atención, pero con un motivo prolongado, este grupo espera atraer a nadie. Para su fortuna, el llamado valió la pena. Estos dos nuevos alfas autoproclamados pronto encontrarán su propio territorio, donde podrán traer cachorros al bosque siberiano. En los confines del Ártico siberiano, a 225 kilómetros al noreste del continente, se encuentra la isla de Randa. Aquí, todos los años la nieve cubre la tundra durante 9 meses. El primer indicio de la llegada de verano es una bandada de gansos blancos que llegan prematuramente a la isla en el mes de mayo. La mayoría de estos gansos pasan el invierno en los estuarios localizados entre Columbia Británica y el estado de Washington, antes de emprender un vuelo de 5.000 kilómetros hasta la isla de Randa para reproducirse. Para los depredadores que habitan en la isla y que pronto tendrán sus propias crías, el mes de junio podría marcar el inicio de una suntuosa dieta rica en calorías. Tras sobrevivir el invierno a base de una dieta de lemmings, los huevos de ganso representan un bienvenido cambio de menú para estos zorros activos. Pero esta no será una tarea sencilla. Los gansos blancos pueden ser adversarios temibles. Sus potentes picos a veces son suficientes para intimidar a los invasores. Pero el zorro ártico se caracteriza por su tenacidad. En un día provechoso, puede llegar a arrojarse hasta 40 huevos. Una vez fuera del alcance de los gansos, los zorros se alimentan de algunos de sus huevos. Pero también son precavidos. Entierran algunos bajo la tierra congelada, anticipándose a las épocas de escasez. El suelo es un congelador rudimentario pero eficaz. El sol hace sentir su presencia en Siberia. La tundra va revelando de a poco su vegetación, proporcionándole a los reinos y sus crías nutritivos pastizales de los que alimentarse. En el apogeo del fugaz verano siberiano, las temperaturas pueden llegar a los 38 grados centígrados, y el clima no es menos letal que en los días rigurosos del invierno. Las cálidas aguas estancadas se convierten en verdaderos criaderos. Millones de mosquitos despliegan sus alas. grandes y amenazadores enjambres en Buenos Aires, aterrorizando las manadas y convirtiendo a la tundra en uno de los sitios más inhóspitos de la Tierra. La única manera que tienen los renos de escapar de estos insectos es continuar moviéndose, abriéndose camino hacia terrenos elevados donde las nieves aún persisten. El verano va llegando a su fin. Y una vez más, las altas presiones descienden sobre Siberia. En menos de 2 semanas, el otoño ha barrido los bosques de la taiga siberiana. Las temperaturas más frías indican a los árboles que deben comenzar a almacenar nutrientes en las raíces para prepararse para el invierno. A medida que la luz solar disminuye y las hojas dejan de producir alimento, la clorofila se descompone, tiñendo el follaje de dorado. Esta familia de jabalíes aprovecha al máximo la llegada del otoño, dando su intestino en huesas frescas recién caídas. El jabalí tiene un pésimo sentido de la vista, pero su alargado hocico lo dota de un excelente sentido del olfato, algo muy útil al momento de buscar alimento. Esta hembra se ha separado del manada. Concentrada únicamente en saciar su apetito, la hembra, sin saberlo, corre un grave peligro. El bosque es un sitio peligroso para un jabalí solitario, en especial cuando cae la noche. En los bosques de la taiga siberiana, la vida de un jabalí peligra seriamente. Puede ser un animal formidable capaz de herir gravemente a quien ose atacarla. Pero algunos cazadores están dispuestos a correr ese riesgo. Esta manada de lobos hambrientos está tan desesperada por un poco de carne que nada la amedrentará. Motivada por el hambre, puede correr más rápido que el jabalí. La hembra se ve agobiada. El principal depredador de jabalí es el lobo gris, y en el transcurso de un año, una jauría promedio puede cazar entre 50 y 80 jabalíes. Sin la nieve que entorpezca a sus presas, la primavera y el invierno son los meses de más escasez para los lobos. Pero con el paso de las estaciones, los lobos recuperarán otra vez su ventaja. Estos lobos seguirán cazando todo el invierno, manteniendo a sus presas en constante estado de alerta. En la tundra, hay una última.
Also knapp vor Weihnachten mal Zahlausbisse und den habe ich auch
Sus pescuezos se hinchan y sus cornamentas pierden su terciopelo. Están más fornidos que nunca y preparados para la batalla. Su misión será ganarse el derecho a engendrar a las crías del próximo año. Durante las siguientes semanas, el único objetivo de este macho será el de controlar a su harem y mantener alejados a los otros machos. Es un trabajo de tiempo completo. No tendrá tiempo para alimentarse y su condición irá deteriorándose. Perderá hasta el 25% de su peso corporal mientras pelea para defender su posición. Una vez más, el invierno ha llegado a Siberia, trayendo consigo frío y oscuridad. Para evitar morir de inanición, los renos hacen caso a sus instintos y regresan a sus pastizales de invierno, los bosques de los llanos. A medida que concluye la temporada de apareamiento, las contiendas entre los machos son una última demostración de fuerza, antes de mudar sus ornamentas y conservar valiosas fuentes de energía. Los renos deben adaptarse al frío para poder sobrevivir. Sus pezuñas se encogen y endurecen, proporcionándoles una mejor tracción sobre el hielo y permitiéndoles escarbar el suelo para acceder al alimento. A partir de ahora y hasta la primavera, se alimentarán solo de líquenes que quedan enterrados hasta casi 1,5 metros bajo la nieve. Escarbando el magro sustento de los suelos, los renos deben seguir avanzando, continuamente atentos ante cualquier amenaza. Los lobos nunca están lejos. Una tierra de hielo y nieve en el corazón de Rusia. Uno de los últimos refugios naturales que quedan en la tierra. desde las blancas y lamas tundras del norte hasta la áspera taiga y las áridas estepas del sur. La naturaleza de Siberia es llevada hasta sus límites. Solo sobreviven los más aptos. Aquí los animales deben adaptarse como vida. El verano ofrece un alivio fugaz. El hielo y la nieve pronto regresarán a reclamar las heladas tierras de Siberia, donde los animales sobreviven condiciones extremas en las indómitas fronteras de Rusia.
During the dry season, there were 500,000 canoes crowd onto this remote atoll in the Indian Ocean. Ships are still in their dark tube. They vary in age. Whilst the more advanced ships take to the air, others aren't quite ready yet. They're just starting to learn to fly. The usually shallow lagoon occupies the center of the atoll as their training ground. It's difficult for some of them to stay aloft for long. Giant trivalis.
Wir beginnen an den Erfolgsrisiken. Geld, Angsthase, Old Money, New Money, Follower, Leader, beständig, störrisch, Weltenbummlerin, Stubenhocker, glaubend, wissend, Schwergewicht, Leichtgewicht, Hast. Solange du Püppchen hast und etwas Geld, das für dich arbeiten kann, bist du Anleger. Der Giro, everyone's an investor, baby.
So tasty and knusprig. Terribly tasty.
Usually, they are smaller structures, but about 50 of them have come here from neighboring reefs, attracted by this abundance of potential prey. The victims stay out of the water if they can. They even drink on the wing. If the trevally ever catch one now, they have to up their game. So there is a fish here that amazingly has a brain capable of calculating the airspeed, altitude, and trajectory of a bird. The time comes when every fledgling has to take to the air and collect food for itself. Their parents lead them to the training grounds. blistering underway, hotty toilet. This one isn't doing so bad. His tiny funnel has all but dried out. The Templar will die unless its father can find a better place for it. The cabs are good for one thing. It's piggyback rides. Fathers are no bigger than a human thumb, but this enables them to get to places that others can't. This could be perfect. The only problem is that there's no food here. Fathers need help. Somewhere in this forest is Mum. A female could do something a male cannot. But first, Dad must lead his father to the hungry tadpole. And Mother deals with the problem. She pays a single unfiltered mistake. And her tadpole gets a much needed meal. For the next 6 weeks, parents continue their rounds, an extraordinary test of teamwork and memory. The Kalahari Desert. Here, food is more plentiful, but it's hidden. She infinite food that others can't reach. A keen sense of smell enables her to detect the presence of ants and termites in their nests beneath the sand. Sticky trouble enables her to collect them in deep. And she's being carefully watched. The rhino gets beneath the termites there. Many are wavering, even the pack. But not the bark. This world largest rhino. His sense of smell is extremely acute. Enable it to dig down to depths of 5 to 6 feet. The full-grown larva needs to eat about 50,000 termites every day. Termites are powerful nutritious and full of moisture, and they can be collected here year-round. Usually not. The fact that this one is foraging in daylight is a sign that food is scarce. Recent droughts in the Kalahari have led to low termite numbers, and as a consequence, aardvarks here close to selection.
Leutnant, das ist Bridge.
Changes in the world's climate are affecting humans about. It's predicted that in the next century, Southern Africa will warm twice as much as the global average. The future could be bleak for those who have not adapted themselves. The Sally Lightfoot crab. One of thousands of shore crabs just waiting for their moment. Every day they gather on the tropical shores of Brazil, waiting for the tide to go out. Which exposes their feeding grounds. Seaweed-covered rocks other ideas. Crossing the land. To reset the ambush. To feed, the crabs must keep going. But nowhere is safe. An octopus, also a crab killer. The crabs make a dash for it. Made it. Risking life and limb to graze on these seaweed clusters. But in 2 hours' time, when the tide starts to turn, you will have to run the gauntlet all over again. Alarm calls warn of an intruder. This time, it's an adult male tiger. He's a third bigger than large bear and much more powerful. This is the cub's favorite waterhole. And sons. Small family. The beaver heads off alone. Adult male tigers sometimes kill cubs, so to approach one is a huge risk. Unless, of course, he's your father. The only bear in the forest who will never harm her. Tiger fathers rarely meet their offspring. And he doesn't seem keen to get acquainted. But while he is patrolling the forest, other males will keep away, and the cubs will be safe. For everything else, the cubs depend on large yera. She still has to provide for the whole family. They're bubbled constantly. higher-ranking females. She is childish, but she wants a baby of her. He's only a few meters away, but if his mother approaches, the rest of the troop could well attack her. The kidnapper has never raised a baby before, so this one is in danger. They're headed towards a cable car tower. The young mother can't let them out of her sight. They're 30 meters up. If she tries to grab her baby and fails, he could fall to his death.
There is something that your daddy and I, something that your mommy and me want to talk about, a bit seriously.
So sorry, but do we know each other?
Yeah, no, I ran you over. Sorry. I'm Alma, by the way.
We're going to make sure you have the time of your life.
Hi.
Okay. Probably ought to get going.
Who says? Unless you have shit to do, then.
Whether we like it or not, the clock is ticking.
What's the rush?
Because I'm worried. There's a very distinct and real possibility that I am about to fall in love with you.
It's okay not to be okay. So what? I'm not interested in a treatment that accidentally wastes our time.
Why are you taking the risk?
I can't bear the thought of being forgotten.
I am guilty of looking ahead instead of right in front of me. And you.
Is it? I'm trying to walk, honestly.
Sorry, okay. You okay? The kidnapper refuses to surrender him. There's one last thing I know I can try. And to do it, she needs to recruit another attack. Now the mother begins to groom her companions, inform him of the kidnapper. All is enough to be proved, even by the ranking female. It's the basis of peace in Witch society. Eventually, the only chance to join in is just too strong. We can never present. And the youngster who comes back into his because he and everything's finding cover in those promising places. Days that disorientated and exponential system. For the last few weeks, Robert and Father have taken little time to feed the offspring. But it's very evident will soon force both parents to go working at the same time. As the highest tides in the tropics, which expose vast areas of shore. And here was a truly constant
It's impossible to find the middle at once. Can I talk to this health commission? Great whites are eager to feed on energy-rich whale blubber, which we now know from the region.
As the pigeon bay, oil from the huge flows downstream and is taken. Monstrous, venomous catfish. Introduced here, they have proliferated. Virtually exterminated the local fish stocks. They will be then decided to, so they use their cargoes to sell them away. This is a radical new hunting strategy. Even with her experience, most hunters end this way. But now she faces a dilemma. As evening draws in, leaving the cubs unprotected in their den, will danger. The night shift are already on the prowl. A slow thrill. serves fuel, traveling along the chain of volcanic islands that links Asia to Australia. But their huge wings, which stretch from their fingers to their toes, make it difficult for them to walk or take off from the ground. So when they want to rest, they hang upside down in trees. But the bats have to drink every day. And they do so on the wing. They swoop just low enough to rock their bellies, and then, at their wrists, they will suck up the water. Each evening, 10,000 of them come. Not all of them return. Every 2 meters of river, there is a crocodile. They were here long before the survivors from Australia's prehistoric past. These crimes have taken place for millions of years. Aerial agility, patience, and deadly. Australia's forests are hostile places to begin with. The Great American Western Trail, 2.5 million kilometers. These rivers are all connected. Few animals can cross the cliff. In summer, as in all deserts, the enemy is heat, and it returns every day. At 7 in the morning, the temperature is already running into Celsius. We have run over 30 kilometers. Mid-morning, it will be 7 pigeons slowly to work. Mountain jockeys are able to stay out longer once the sun's back begins to fade. something suitable for her cubs. This is their first ever trip to the seaside. In a few hours, the tide will return. So they must keep up with Mum. But they're losing precious feeding time. Now he's content to leave his scent mark. A warning note. The eggs of the probable newcomer are still too young to hatch. And all of the wasps know they're there. But the males hatch, and like the young discuss the eggs.
The lions are surrounded by Sierra is seriously injured. She is too weak to move. The lone lion is always at risk of attack by buffalo, hyenas, even other lion prides. Adult seals are large and strong, but their pups are neither. The youngsters are closely guarded by their mothers. The hyena, however, makes this patient. Sooner or later, seal mothers must return to the ocean to cool off. A single seal could feed a hyena and a family for days. But finding food is only half the battle. The young must take back. The jackal is here too. Then is not alone. The hyena uses her yera. She has nothing to slipping to comes. The jackals won't follow her. It's too hot. Though my making these long journeys, we are making our planet's flexible lives in the middle of the night.
Yoko and Seppo are hunters, and they have a fearsome reputation. These two 70-year-olds are on a shopping trip in Japan. Yoko and Seppo live on the tiny island of Kudaka. It's only 4 kilometers across, and with limited space on land, the locals look to the sea for the land. As the sun sets, the day is bright and approaching. On certain hot nights, venomous species move towards the island and gather in constant flocks. They set a shelter and fresh water to drink. Coming ashore is extremely risky. It takes some nerve to wade in with no protective clothing. Sea snakes can be 10 times more powerful than rattlesnakes. Yoko has become convinced of the truth. It's a skill that has passed on generations for over 5 centuries. The snakes will be drying in this smokehouse using the secret process the catching and eating of sea snakes is a real Although their scales have officially been banned for use in traditional medicine, it's going to take rigorous enforcement to save this extraordinary creature from extinction. The fact that one of its last natural refuges is industry is perhaps the greatest symbol of how, when man works thoughtfully with nature, both can thrive. The seeded deer has started creeping into the lush cultivated fields. These fields are swimming with special sun grass, but this herd always seems to be one step ahead, helping themselves to the best grass directly from the farm. Every year, deer can munch their way through over 30 million pounds of crops. But some farmers have developed a middle-aged attitude. The deer are really developing behind the small landscape. In a place like this, it pays. In the fall, the red-crowned crane will walk to the farm. They have these valleys. They traditionally nest in marshes. Cranes raise their chick in a new kitchen. All through the summer, the chick will be entirely dependent on being fed. Channeling sweetens into this dish. The parents are very unhappy with it. The family were able to move on when chicks were born. In the meantime, they find prey and survive. The seeded deer managed to wander right into the park and prepare a crane for the chick. Mom and Dad work together to shepherd the chicks. And then a quick flash of the rabbit-like creature to make sure the deer can see. They are in good luck.
So angry with each is one of the most cruel death, and so cultivating it is the constant battle. This full open field holds the bigger house to 60 females. The two more, whose guard size stretches inches, are able to feed each one of them 2 females a day, and keep exhausted. The other bulls lie around, waiting their chance.
This creature is a force more powerful than
The old male who ruled all the females here is challenged to a face-off. The more bulbous the head, the more it intimidates an opponent. The territory has a clear ruler. Inside the body of every copper
contaminate potential toxic sugar.